They came from nothing, three boys with holes in their shoes standing on a cracked Houston sidewalk, dreaming of microphones instead of miracles. Their names were Dino, Shazam, and G.I. Brothers, by blood and by hunger. When they sang, it wasn't polished. It was pain wrapped in velvet. And when the world finally heard them, it didn't just listen, it melted. The song was Knocking the Boots. 1993, the beat dropped, and every radio in America turned into a confession booth. R&B had found its new voice, raw, sexual, unapologetically Southern. Three teenagers from Houston had done what no one expected. They made the whole country fall in love to the sound of their struggle. But behind the platinum records and the screaming fans, the truth was darker. While the world thought they were living a dream, they were living on crumbs, no cars, no houses, just hotel rooms and broken promises. They were singing about love while being robbed by the same system that praised them. And at the center of it all was Dino Connor, the soul, the leader, the preacher of passion. He believed music should honor women, not sell them. He refused to bend, even when the labels waved millions. He fought for respect in an industry built on exploitation. And that fight cost him everything. Because in 2003, the same voice that taught the world how to make love died violently on a Houston street. This isn't just an R&B story. It's a gospel of fame, faith, and the price of staying true. This is the story of H-Town and the tragedy of Dino Connor. Before they were stars, they were just three kids chasing echoes through the south side of Houston. No fancy studios, no managers, just a boombox, a church microphone, and a dream bigger than the neighborhood they came from. Kevin Dino Connor was the heartbeat, the one with a voice too big for the room. He grew up poor, but you'd never know it from the way he carried himself. His mother said he sang before he could read. His brother, Shazam, was his shadow, quieter, deeper, always harmonizing from behind, letting Dino's voice lead. Then there was Daryl G.I. Jackson, the third piece, a neighbor who could turn any corner into a stage. Together, they became brothers long before they became a group. In the late 80s, Houston was a city divided oil money up north, struggle down south. For kids like them, the only escape was rhythm. They practiced in bedrooms with cracked walls, making beats on tabletops, singing over tape hiss. Their first name was the Gents because even in poverty, they wanted class. Dino used to say, "We may be broke, but we don't have to look it." At just 14, they recorded their first album, It's Not a Dream. And for a moment, it felt like the title was right. They believed success was just one song away. But reality hit harder than the bass line. The record flopped. No airplay, no money, no future. Most kids would have quit. They didn't. Enter Bishop Stick Burrell, a Houston musician who toured with the legendary Marvin Sease, learning the craft of R&B from the old soul masters. Stick had known Dino's family since they were kids. When he heard the boys sing again, he knew the spark was real. But he also knew they needed direction. He told Dino straight up, "You're the leader now. You're the voice." From that day forward, Dino became more than a singer. He became the face and fire of the group. Stick started experimenting with a sound that blended old-school soul with the swagger of hip-hop heavy bass, warm keys, sensual rhythm. He pulled a sample from Zapp and Rogers' Be All Right. That same sample later appeared on Tupac's Keep Ya Head Up. But before that, Stick had used it to craft something softer, a slow burn meant for love, not pain. He gave the boys the beat and told them to write from the heart. The result was Knocking Da Boots. Back then, they didn't even have a proper studio. They recorded in small rooms, stacking vocals, praying someone would hear them, and someone did. Their manager, Pat Johnson, had connections with Luke Skywalker, the notorious founder of 2 Live Crew. Johnson tricked fate itself. When Luke came to town, he accidentally made him miss his flight, then dragged him to the studio. Luke walked in, saw 3 broke kids in torn sneakers, but when Dino opened his mouth, Luke froze. He later said in his book, "They were dirt poor, but they sang like they owned the world." Right there, Luke made them an offer. He hated their old name, the Gents. He wanted something raw, something proud, something that screamed where they came from. He looked at them and said, "From now on, y'all are H-Town. A new name, a new beginning." Luke took them to Miami, bought them clothes, put them in a real studio for the first time. They finally had a shot, but they also had no idea what was coming. They didn't know that fame would hit faster than money, that the same song that would change their lives would also start the countdown to their heartbreak. Because Knocking Da Boots wasn't just a record. It was destiny waiting to collect its debt. When Knockin' the Boots dropped in March of 1993, it didn't just land on the charts, it detonated. Radio stations across the country played it until the vinyl grooves wore thin. Every slow dance, every high school party, every late-night confession carried that same line. "Yeah, we're knocking the boots." In one summer, 3 boys from the south side of Houston became national stars. The record hit #1 on the Billboard R&B chart, #3 on the Hot 100, and sold over 1 million copies. Their album, Fever for the Flavor, stormed the shelves #1 R&B, top 20 overall. No one saw it coming. Least of all, Dino, Shazam, and G.I. They were barely out of their teens, still shy, still humble, still learning how to navigate the cameras that suddenly chased them. But on stage, something lit up inside Dino. He wasn't just singing anymore, he was preaching. Sweat dripping, shirt open, voice trembling with fire and velvet. The women screamed until they cried. The men nodded in respect. R&B hadn't felt this alive since Marvin Gaye whispered, "Let's get it on." Tour life came fast. The Coca-Cola Summerfest tour put them alongside SWV, Shy, Naughty by Nature, even LL Cool J, 20,000 fans every night chanting their names. Backstage, they were still just kids eating fast food and calling home collect. But when the lights hit, they looked immortal. Then came Lick You Up. Another hit, another rush. Then Part-Time Lover, produced by Devante Swing of Jodeci for the Above the Rim soundtrack. The same film that gave Tupac one of his most iconic roles. That soundtrack went double platinum, and H-Town songs soared with it. At the 1,995 Source Awards, when Suge Knight gave his infamous speech at Puffy, H-Town were backstage. Kids from Houston watching history happen. They'd made it. But fame doesn't come clean. While the record sold millions, the checks didn't match. After the numbers were counted, the group received only $36,000 total. Split 3 ways. No cars, no houses. Just hotel rooms and per diem envelopes, barely enough for food. Dino joked on stage, but off stage, he was selling his stage shirts to fans for $100 each, just to survive. Their producer, Stick Burrell, later said he remembered Luke Skywalker handing them $20,000 a month while touring, but somewhere between Miami and the accountants, the money disappeared. Contracts written in small print became invisible chains. Still, they kept performing. They couldn't stop. The crowds wouldn't let them. Everywhere they went, women fainted, men envied. Radio demanded more. H-Town had become sex symbols, the southern princes of slow jams. They won the Soul Train Music Award for Best New Artist, beating Escape and Tag Team. Magazines called them the new kings of bedroom R&B. But behind the cameras, Dino was changing. He saw how the industry was feeding on them, how every headline focused on abs and sweat, not the soul in their music. He wanted more. He wanted the kind of songs that healed instead of sold. He began writing lyrics about respect, love, spirituality. He talked to his brother about taking control, about building something that was truly theirs. He didn't know it yet, but that desire for control would cost him his peace. Because the moment an artist in the system starts asking questions, the machine starts pushing back. The fame that once felt like freedom was starting to feel like a cage. And soon, the boys from Houston would realize the hardest part of making it is keeping your soul once you do. By 1994, fame had stopped feeling like a blessing. The lights were too bright, the applause too short, and behind every performance, there was a contract waiting to choke them. H-Town were working on their second album, Begging After Dark. Dino wanted something deeper. He was tired of being painted as a sex machine. He wanted songs that talked about love, faith, and the pain of growing up in a world that didn't love you back. But Luke Records had other plans. They wanted more boot-knocking, more bodies, more headlines, more skin. Dino argued, "We already proved we can sell records. Now let us sing." But to the label, art didn't matter, formula did, and the formula was lust. When the group appeared on Video Soul with Donnie Simpson, they did something no one expected. They walked on set in shackles, real metal cuffs on their wrists and ankles, to protest the label holding them hostage. On live TV, they declared, "We're not slaves to the industry." It was a powerful image, but a dangerous move. Luke was furious. The album still dropped, Begging After Dark, led by the single Emotions. It hit Hassonon on the R&B chart, went gold, and once again, their music spoke louder than their management. But the damage was done. Trust was gone. Behind the smiles, there was exhaustion. Then, a new chance. Comedian Martin Lawrence called. He wanted H-Town to record the theme for his new movie, a thin line between love and hate. The result was magic, a haunting duet featuring Shirley Murdoch and Roger Troutman. It became their first top 40 pop hit in years. The industry celebrated, but the celebration didn't last. Legal wars hit Luke Records from every direction. Lawsuits, injunctions, unpaid royalties. The label started to collapse. And when H-Town demanded freedom, Luke finally let them go, not out of kindness, but fatigue. They were free. But freedom, they learned, doesn't come with a map. They signed with Relativity Records, this time with power. $1 million each. A new start, a new sound. Dino saw it as redemption. He wanted to make an album for women, not about them. Something respectful, mature, true. The result was Ladies Edition. Women's World, 1997. A dedication to the late Nicole Brown Simpson, with a helpline for abused women printed on the back cover. It was more than music, it was message. Dino said in interviews, "We wanted to show that R&B could heal, not just seduce." But the label didn't want healing. They wanted heat. They told him, "Give us another knock in the boots. We'll give you $2 million. Dino looked them in the eye and said no. He wouldn't sell the message. He wouldn't betray the music. That no changed everything. The label pulled promotions. Radio spins slow it. Budgets vanished. H-Town's gold record got buried under silence. The brothers began to drift apart. Shazam and G.I. still wanted to chase success. Dino was done chasing, he wanted peace. He talked about God, about purpose, about walking away. He said he was tired of being used. Tired of smiling when everything inside him was breaking. That's when the shows got smaller. The money ran thin. And the dream that had once carried them out of Houston started leading them back home to the same streets they'd sung their way out of. But for Dino, that return wasn't defeat. It was the beginning of something sacred, because when the world turned its back on him, he turned toward the light. He just didn't know that light was already calling him home. When Ladies Edition, Women's World hit the shelves in late 1997, it didn't sound like anything else on the radio. No moans, no fake lust. Just honesty songs that spoke to women, not at them. For the first time, a young R&B group stood up and said, "We respect you." It was bold, beautiful, and brutally unmarketable. The label hated it. America didn't know how to handle sensitivity from black men who once sang about sex. Radio stations hesitated. Magazines ignored them. And yet, fans, especially women, felt something shift. They wrote letters saying, "Finally, someone's listening." Oh, but the industry didn't reward virtue. While other artists were cashing million-dollar checks for explicit hits, Dino was fighting to keep his soul intact. He refused to record what he called songs for profit, not purpose. Behind closed doors, executives called him difficult, too deep, too stubborn. But to those who knew him, he wasn't stubborn, he was awake. By 2000, the fame had faded. Shazam tried going solo with Bringing the Heat. G.I. worked production gigs to stay afloat. Dino retreated into silence. He stopped going out, stopped picking up calls. Friends said he'd sit in the dark, lights off, replaying old records, the ones that made him believe. Depression shadowed him. Bills stacked up. He filed for bankruptcy. But even then, he was still writing. 2 weeks before he died, Dino called his brother. He wanted help finishing a song called The Day I Died. No one knew how literal the title would become. On the 28th of January 2003, just after midnight, Dino left the studio with his pregnant girlfriend. They drove through a Houston intersection, laughing, tired but happy. An SUV ran a red light. Impact, silence. Both were killed instantly. When the news broke, it didn't sound real. A voice that once filled arenas was gone just like that. He was 28. The R&B community froze. From Luke Skywalker to Jodeci, artists called his death a tragedy that cut too deep. Fans flooded message boards. He taught us love didn't have to be dirty. For weeks, DJs played Knocking the Boots and Emotions on repeat. The lyrics now ghostly echoes. The same song that launched him into fame now became his requiem. Across America, conversations began about exploitation, control, and the price of conscience in music. People started to ask, why do good men die broke while the machine keeps printing money? How many more Dinos will it take before the industry learns? But industry don't learn, people do. And for those who listened, Dino's story became a mirror. A reminder that sometimes keeping your soul means losing the world. After Dino's death, the music didn't stop, it just changed color. Silence became the new melody. And every time a slow jam played on the radio, Houston felt a ghost humming through the static. A year later, Shazam and G.I. gathered what was left. Demo tapes, unfinished verses, studio reels labeled in Dino's handwriting. They turned grief into motion, releasing imitations of life, an album of pieces stitched from his soul. No big marketing, no label push, just two brothers trying to keep their promise. The world barely noticed. But for those who did, every track felt like a whisper from beyond. Dino wasn't gone. He was just somewhere quieter. Time passed, but his shadow stayed. Fans still played Knocking the Boots at weddings, still slow danced to Emotions, still cried when they saw his photo, that smile that made pain look holy. Shazam once said in an interview, "When we sing now, it's not for fame, it's for him." Years later, in 2019, something sacred happened. Under the lights of Detroit's National R&B Hall of Fame, H-Town's name was called alongside legends Aretha Franklin, Stevie Wonder, Guy. On the screen behind them, a single image appeared. Dino in a white shirt, arms open, smiling like he'd never left. The crowd stood, not out of nostalgia, but reverence, because Dino's story isn't just about a singer who died young. It's about the price of purity in a business built on performance. It's about a man who refused to trade truth for applause. He sang about love when everyone else was selling lust. He sang about respect when labels wanted rebellion. And he died believing music could still mean something. Even now, when a slow groove drops at 2 a.m. in some small R&B bar, someone mouths his words. Somewhere, a DJ whispers, "This one's for Dino." And for a moment, the room feels warm again, like he never left. Because legends don't disappear. They echo. They breathe through the people they heal, through the songs that outlived them. He came from nothing. He sang about love. He died for his truth. And somewhere, when that beat drops, Dino still sings. They say heaven borrowed his voice. But if you knew where it came from, you'd never call it heaven again. Bobby DeBarge could sing like silk, soft, seductive, flawless. A falsetto so pure it made women cry and grown men jealous. But behind that sound was something unspeakable. A secret buried inside a Detroit house that smelled like whiskey and fear. His father was a white man. His mother, a black woman with 10 children, and nowhere to run. And every night, Bobby learned that silence could hurt more than fists. Because when his father's rage filled the room, music became the only safe place left. Years later, under the bright lights of Motown, Bobby looked like the dream. Golden hair, perfect smile, satin suit, frontman of Switch, platinum records, fans screaming his name. But the cameras never showed the shaking hands, the shame, the needles. They never showed the boy who still woke up sweating from the memories. He sang about love because he was searching for it. He wrote about tenderness because he'd never felt it. And the world, the world believed every word. But talent doesn't save you. It just gives your pain a prettier sound. This is not a love story. It's a confession wrapped in melody. The rise and ruin of a man who sang his way out of hell and never truly made it out. This is the story of Bobby DeBarge. Before Bobby DeBarge became the golden voice of Motown, he was just a terrified boy in a cold Detroit house, a house where hymns and screams shared the same walls. His father, Robert DeBarge Sr., was white, a former soldier with a temper that could split glass. His mother, Etterline Mama DeBarge, was black, soft-spoken, God-fearing, holding 10 children and no way out. In 1,950 seconds America, that marriage was already rebellion. But inside their home, it was war. Every child carried a scar, but Bobby carried the deepest. He was physically and sexually abused by his father from a young age, a wound that never healed, only hid. He learned to smile through it. He learned to make pain sound pretty. That's how music started, not as joy, but survival. On Sundays, the family would sing in church, harmonizing to gospel hymns that promised heaven while living through hell. Neighbors would whisper that the DeBarge family can play anything by ear. Huh? They didn't know those harmonies were stitched together from broken nights and bruised hearts. Bobby found comfort in sound. He'd sit by the window for hours, replaying melodies in his head, trying to rewrite his life through rhythm. Music became his way to talk to God, not in words, but in falsettos so high they almost sounded like prayers. But school was no escape either. Being biracial in Detroit's East Side during the 1,960 seconds meant you didn't belong anywhere. Too light for the black kids, too dark for the white ones. The DeBarge children lived in between, never fully accepted, always looked at. Every insult, every slur, every stare became fuel for Bobby's fire. He started performing with his brother Tommy, playing gigs at local clubs, earning a few dollars, a few smiles, and a taste of freedom. By 17, he was already obsessed, chasing perfection like it owed him peace. His voice wasn't just talent, it was a weapon, a way to silence everything that once hurt him. But pain has memory, and even as music carried him forward, the darkness followed close behind. In 1975, a friend got him a chance to play piano for Barry White. It was the break every kid dreamed of, but the timing wasn't right. Barry went solo, the gig vanished, and Bobby went back home disappointed, restless, lost. That's when heroin found him. At first, it was a friend, a relief, a small quiet between storms. Then it became the storm itself. While his friends left for Los Angeles chasing record deals, Bobby stayed behind, chained to the needle, watching his future drift away. He was 20, gifted, and already drowning. But fate wasn't done with him yet. One of his old bandmates, Greg Williams, called months later. "We're meeting with Motown. Jermaine Jackson loves our demo. Get clean and get out here." And for the first time in years, Bobby had a reason to fight. He hit cold. No rehab. No help. Just willpower and pain. And when he walked into that LA studio, thin, shaking, but sober people said, the moment he opened his mouth, even Barry Gordy went still. Because out of all that suffering, something divine had been born. A voice so pure, so haunting, that for a while, even Bobby believed it could save him. When Bobby DeBarge stepped off that bus in Los Angeles, he wasn't just chasing a dream, he was running from ghosts. He'd left behind the streets of Detroit, the heroin, and the memories that clawed at his sleep. All he carried was a demo tape and a voice that didn't belong on earth. The late 70 seconds were Motown's new dawn. The Jackson 5 had grown up. The disco ball was spinning. And Berry Gordy, still the king of black music, was looking for the next sound that could melt through radio static and cross over to white America. That sound walked into his office wearing a borrowed suit and fear in his eyes. Bobby sat at the piano, closed his eyes, and let it happen. When he hit that first falsetto, you could have sworn an angel cracked the ceiling. By the time the song ended, Gordy didn't ask questions. He just said, "You're signed." The group called themselves Switch because every member could switch between instruments and vocals mid-song. 6 young men from Michigan with style, soul, and swagger. But it was Bobby's voice that turned them into gold. In 1978, they released their self-titled debut album under Gordy Records, a Motown imprint. The single There'll Never Be hit like lightning smooth, sensual, impossibly perfect. Within months, it climbed into the top 10 R&B chart and went platinum. Radio hosts described it as silk-made sound. Women wrote letters saying the song played at their weddings. Men tried and failed to hit those notes in their cars. For Bobby, it was everything he ever wanted. Validation, applause, purpose. He stood center stage in a white suit, microphone glinting, lights haloing his blonde hair. Every eye on him. Every note flawless. And yet, beneath the glamour, his hands still trembled. The second album, Switch 2, came in 1979, another success. Songs like I Call Your Name cemented their place as R&B royalty. Rumors said Bobby wrote it for LaToya Jackson, his then girlfriend. A love that burned fast and quiet. When it ended, so did his peace. The fame that once cured him began to feed the sickness. Heroin returned, soft at first, a little to calm the nerves, a little to sleep after the shows. But the little never stayed little for long. On tour, he'd disappear for hours before soundcheck. Bandmates learned not to ask. When he sang, he was transcendent. When he stopped, he was unreachable. Still, to the world, Switch was unstoppable. They were young, polished, sexy, the blueprint for groups that would come decades later. Ready for the world. Mint condition. New edition. They all took pages from Switch. But behind the studio walls, Motown was shifting. The industry that built Bobby up began to move on to his younger brothers, Al, Randy, James, Bunny, Chico, forming the next DeBarge generation. Bobby and Tommy wanted to help them, to keep the family together under the same dream. They left Switch, one album left on their contract, believing they'd be part of the DeBarge legacy. But legal red tape and addiction kept Bobby out. It was the cruelest irony. He'd built the door, but when it opened, it was his brothers who walked through. And while they rose under the Motown spotlight, Bobby's light began to flicker. He once told a friend, "It's funny I gave my life to music, and it keeps giving it back broken." At the height of his success, surrounded by gold records and fame, Bobby DeBarge was already falling. He just hadn't hit the ground yet. Success never cured Bobby DeBarge, it just gave him nicer rooms to suffer in. By 1980, Switch was still selling records, but Bobby's eyes had gone dim. The fame that once felt like redemption now felt like a cage lined with mirrors, every reflection showing someone he didn't recognize. The drugs had come back quietly, then loudly, and this time they brought company, paranoia, loneliness, shame. When his relationship with LaToya Jackson ended, it wasn't just heartbreak, it was collapse. She was the one person who saw through the glamour, who knew the pain behind the voice. After her, Bobby spiraled. Friends said he'd sit alone in hotel bathtubs for hours, nodding off, whispering to himself like he was arguing with ghosts. Motown started losing patience. Missed rehearsals, missed interviews. Rumors of heroin needles found in dressing rooms. By the time the third album dropped, the label had already shifted focus to the next generation, his own brothers. The DeBarge family had arrived. Younger, prettier, easier to manage. While Al and Bunny were being groomed as the new Motown faces, Bobby the architect was fading into the background. He'd built the bridge they were walking on, but no one was looking back. Out of loyalty, He and his brother Tommy left Switch to help launch the family band. But legal contracts from Gordy Records tied their hands. They couldn't record, couldn't tour, couldn't even appear in press photos. Bobby was stuck, half famous, half forgotten. That's when the heroin took over completely. He said once, "When I sing, I feel alive. When I'm not singing, I need something to help me stay dead." Music became the high he couldn't afford. Drugs became the only one he could. Motown gave him one last chance, a solo deal. But addiction doesn't read contracts. Studio time turned into disappearances. Sessions turned into apologies. Within months, they dropped him. With no label, no money, and no control, Bobby went back to Detroit, a ghost among his own family. The younger DeBarges were climbing the charts with All This Love and Rhythm of the Night. Bobby would listen on the radio, proud but hollow. He was their mentor, their teacher, their pain, and yet he was no longer part of their story. Desperation turned to survival. He started dealing on the side, running with his younger brother Chico, trying to keep up with bills and habits. The same hands that once played piano for Berry Gordy were now counting dirty cash in motel rooms. Then came 1988. Grand Rapids police raided a house. Bobby and Chico were arrested for trafficking. For the first time, the falsetto king of Motown was silenced 5 years behind bars. In prison, the silence was unbearable. There were no microphones, no applause, no escape. The same cycle that began in his father's house: violence, shame, power, replayed inside those walls. Some said he turned inward. Others whispered darker things. His brother later admitted, if Bobby got AIDS in prison, it wasn't from drugs. It was from what happens in there when you're broken and beautiful. When he got out, Bobby wasn't the same. The glow was gone. His body thin, his voice rasped, his skin pale. He was only in his 30s, but looked twice that. And though he still tried to make music again, the world had moved on. What heroin didn't destroy, time did. What fame had promised, prison had stolen. And what love could have healed never came back. Bobby once sang, "There'll never be." And for him, there never was again. When the prison gates opened, Bobby DeBarge walked out a free man, but freedom had a new definition. His hands shook, his body was frail, and the same world that once screamed his name now looked away. He went back to Detroit, to the same streets that once raised and ruined him. But something had changed, something deeper than addiction, something colder. He was sick. At first, he thought it was exhaustion or withdrawal. Then the weight dropped. The fevers came. And the doctors said the word that, in the 1,990 seconds, still sounded like a death sentence: AIDS. For years, Bobby had sung about love, desire, connection. Now he was untouchable. The same industry that built him on seduction now recoiled from his name. Record labels wouldn't meet. Radio stopped calling. Even some family members kept their distance, not out of cruelty, but fear. Because back then, people didn't understand HIV. They only understood stigma. He told his brother Chico, "They say I got a disease, but really, I've just been dying since I was a child." Still, he tried to make music. He recorded demos in small studios, his voice thinner, cracked, but still beautiful. Every note sounded like it was bleeding. There was no more showmanship, no more performance, just truth. He was singing from the edge now, and every song felt like a goodbye. The industry had moved on to new idols, younger, shinier, cleaner. The DeBarge name was fading, and Bobby, the one who started it all, was living in the shadows of a legacy he built but could no longer touch. In interviews, Chico would later say, he wasn't angry. He was just tired. Tired of being hurt, tired of being judged. He just wanted peace. But peace didn't come. Not in a world that still punished men for being vulnerable. Not in a country where black artists with AIDS were whispered about, not mourned. Magic Johnson's announcement had made headlines. Bobby's diagnosis didn't even make the papers. By 1995, the disease had taken over. He spent most days at home, curtains drawn, writing in notebooks no one would read. Sometimes he'd sit at the piano and whisper the old songs, "There'll never be," "I Call Your Name," and stop halfway through, out of breath. On the 16th of August, 1995, his mother found him silent, hands resting on the keys. He was 39. The world barely noticed. But for those who remembered musicians, fans, brothers, the grief ran deep. Because Bobby DeBarge wasn't just another fallen artist. He was a mirror of what America refused to see. A man born in violence, destroyed by silence, and remembered only by the sound he left behind. He once sang, "There'll never be another love like this." And he was right. There'll never be another voice like his. When Bobby DeBarge died, there were no headlines, no grand farewell, no public vigil, just quiet, the kind that follows when the world forgets someone too soon. But music has a longer memory than people do. And long after the applause faded, his voice kept echoing. You could still hear it in lovers' bedrooms, in late-night radio shows, in the silence between heartbeats, that high, trembling falsetto that once made the world stop. His brothers, Al, Randy, Chico, and his sister Bunny, carried his spirit into every song they sang. They spoke of him softly, like speaking his name might break something holy. Because Bobby wasn't just their brother, he was their beginning. Without him, there would have been no Switch, no DeBarge, no blueprint for the sound that defined 1,980 seconds R&B. Years later, musicians who had never even met him would cite him as influence. Usher, Maxwell, D'Angelo. Every time a man dared to sing with both power and vulnerability, that was Bobby's ghost coming through the mic. And then, in 2019, nearly 25 years after his death, his story finally found light. TV1 released The Bobby DeBarge Story. For the first time, the world saw the full picture, not just the fame, but the trauma, the beauty, and the unbearable cost of surviving it. Audiences wept, because behind the music was a boy who never got to heal. A man who kept giving love to a world that didn't know how to give it back. Today, when fans talk about Bobby, they don't just talk about the hits. They talk about the courage to sing about tenderness in a world that mocked softness. To be vulnerable when masculinity was armor. To turn pain into art and shame into sound. He once said, "Music is where I hide the truth." But maybe, in the end, the truth was all that remained. Because somewhere, in every dim-lit bar where slow jams still play, in every voice that dares to break while reaching high, you can still hear him. That fragile, fearless falsetto cutting through time, whispering forgiveness into the dark. He came from chaos, but left us harmony. He lived in pain, but gave us love. And though the world forgot his name, the music never did. This was Bobby DeBarge, the angel who sang in hell and taught heaven how to listen. Some stories begin with fame. This one begins with silence, the kind that comes after a scream underwater. On August 27th, 1994, Dee Dee Jackson, the ex-wife of Tito Jackson from the legendary Jackson 5, was found dead floating face down in a swimming pool in Bel Air, 39 years old. A mother of 3, gone before sunrise. The man who called 911 that night was Donald Bohanna, a wealthy businessman twice her age. He said it was an accident, a night of wine, laughter, and a swim that went wrong. But the bruises told a different story. 50 cuts on her lips and face, hemorrhages in her neck, fear in her eyes frozen by the water. The official report said undetermined. But for the Jackson family, that word meant incomplete. They believed Dee Dee didn't drown, she was drowned. What happened that night behind those gated walls? How did a woman terrified of water end up dead in the deep end of a pool she never swam in? And why did it take 4 years, 4 autopsies, and the persistence of her sons, the R&B Group 3 Tons for Justice, to finally speak her name? This is not just a murder case. It's a story about love, betrayal, and power about how even those born closest to fame are not safe from its darkness. She was the woman who loved a Jackson, raised stars of her own, and died in silence while the city slept. This is the story of Dee Dee Jackson, the night the music stopped in California. Before she became a Jackson, she was Dolores Martez, a bright-eyed girl from New York, with a smile that made people feel seen. Her friends called her Dee Dee, short, sweet, and full of life, like the girl herself. She was born to Dominican parents who split when she was still a baby. Her mother packed up 3 daughters and moved to Los Angeles in 1968, a city glittering with sunshine and possibility, but heavy with the weight of survival. They didn't have much, but Dee Dee learned early how to turn struggle into grace. She was the kind of girl who made broken things look beautiful, who believed that love could fix anything. By her sophomore year at Fairfax High School, she caught the attention of a shy boy with a quiet rhythm in his step, Tito Jackson, the second oldest of the Jackson brothers. At the time, the Jackson 5 were already climbing towards superstardom. Girls screamed their names across America, but it was the soft-spoken Tito who fell for Dee Dee's calm. While his brothers rehearsed in hotel rooms, Tito would sneak away to call her long distance, hours at a time. She grounded him. He adored her. By 1972, they were inseparable. 2 kids barely out of high school, he, a star on stage, she, his anchor off it. They married young, quietly, without the flash of Hollywood. And while the world saw Tito Jackson, guitarist of the Jackson 5, Dee Dee saw just Tito, the boy who left notes in her locker and held her hand like he never wanted to let go. They had 3 sons, Taj, Tarell, and TJ, and Dee Dee poured herself into motherhood like it was her calling. When Tito toured, she stayed home, building the kind of life she never had as a child. Birthday parties with homemade cakes, weekend sports, family barbecues in the backyard. She refused to let fame raise her children. She wanted them to grow up knowing love, not tabloids. Friends described their home as warm chaos, music always playing, kids laughing, Dee Dee humming Motown tunes while cooking dinner. Even after her divorce from Tito in 1993, there was no bitterness. They stayed close, co-parenting with love and mutual respect. Tito once said, "She was my first real friend, and she stayed that, even after everything." By the early 1992, her sons, now known as 3 Tons, were rising stars themselves, following in the Jackson legacy. Dee Dee, proud but private, supported them quietly from behind the scenes. She wasn't the kind of mother who chased the spotlight. She was the light behind it. But as her boys' fame grew, so did her loneliness. She'd spent her entire life loving musicians, managing chaos, holding others steady. Now, with her sons touring and their marriage long over, she wanted something simple: stability, partnership, peace. That's when she met Donald Bohanna, a polished, confident businessman nearly 20 years her senior. He seemed successful, charming, worldly. To everyone watching, Dee Dee finally looked happy again. But sometimes, the people who look like saviors are just better at hiding their storms. In the years after her divorce, Dee Dee Jackson was radiant not because life was perfect, but because she had learned to live without pretending. She was a single mother, a quiet success story, and for the first time, she was doing things on her own terms. Her sons, Taj, Tarell, and TJ, were finding their voices in the R&B trio 3 Tons. Their first tours, their first interviews, their mother in the front row smiling, clapping, crying. She had been the shadow behind every Jackson spotlight. And now, she wanted to step into her own. But life has a way of testing those who finally find peace. That's when she met Donald Bohanna. He was everything. Her past wasn't older, sophisticated, established. A man with luxury cars, a private plane, a house that could swallow silence whole. He had power, confidence, access. To the world, he looked like the kind of man who could protect a woman like Dee Dee. And for a while, he did. He took her to charity galas, introduced her to politicians, whispered to her in restaurants lit by candlelight. Friends said she glowed again, that she finally felt seen, not as Tito Jackson's ex, but as a woman worthy of admiration on her own. They called it her second act. But not everyone believed the performance. Her son's young, but Sharp sensed something off. Taj once told a friend, "He looked at us like we were props in his show, and they said he was controlling charming 1 minute, cold the next. When he spoke, it wasn't a conversation, it was a monologue." Still, Didi stayed, because after years of being defined by someone else's fame, she wanted to believe in normal love. Don made her feel safe, or at least, he made her want to feel that way. He ran hospitals, insurance firms, and even opened a restaurant in Watts called Denny's in the Hood. The press loved it, a wealthy black entrepreneur investing in the community. To outsiders, it was a fairy tale comeback. But behind closed doors, the story was unraveling. By 1994, Don Bohanna's finances were collapsing. Lawsuits, debt, pressure. He had built his empire on confidence, and it was cracking. Friends said he was desperate to find a way out, and when Didi wouldn't use her Jackson connections to help, arguments began. Loud ones, public ones. Her sons remembered the tone of her voice changing when she spoke about him, quieter, uncertain, rehearsed. Still, when she appeared in public, she wore the same soft smile. Because that's what women like Didi had learned to do to survive, by pretending peace even when standing on the edge of fear. That summer, she told her sister she was thinking about ending things. She wanted to start fresh, focus on her boys, maybe move closer to them. It should have been the start of something new. Instead, it became her last chapter, because 2 months later, on a warm August night in 1994, Didi Jackson walked into Don Bohanna's Bel Air home and never walked out again. It was late summer in Bel Air, the kind of night that looks calm from a distance, the kind that hides its violence behind still water and dim lights. On August 27th, 1994, Didi Jackson drove to Don Bohanna's mansion for what should have been another quiet evening. Dinner, wine, music playing low in the background. To the neighbors, nothing seemed unusual, a couple enjoying the California night. But by 3:30 a.m., the house that once glowed with laughter would echo with panic. According to Don, they'd shared a late meal wine for her, rum and coke for him. They talked, laughed, argued a little. Then, he said, she wanted to swim. But everyone who knew Didi knew one thing for certain. She was terrified of water. She could not swim. Don claimed he tried to talk her out of it, but she insisted. He said she slipped into the pool, swam a few strokes, then stopped moving, sinking silently into the deep end. He ran outside, shouted her name, grabbed a pool pole, and tried to pull her up. When that didn't work, he dove in, dragged her out, and started CPR. At 3:47 a.m., he called 911, his voice trembling, gasping. "She's not breathing. Please hurry." By the time the ambulance arrived, Didi Jackson was gone. 39 years old, pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. At first, police treated it like a tragic accident, a late-night swim gone wrong. But when the autopsy came in, the story cracked open. Her body told the truth her voice never got to say. There were over 50 cuts on her lips, tongue, and ears. A bruise on her head, hemorrhaging around her neck. The medical examiner wrote, asphyxia, due to drowning with evidence of blunt force trauma. These weren't injuries from the water. They were from struggle, from fear. When investigators asked Don about them, he said the wounds came from his desperate attempts to save her, that she was thrashing, that he used the pool pole to help her grab on. But his version didn't match the evidence or the timeline. His clothes were barely wet, and the bruises were consistent with something else, restraint. Still, with no witnesses, no camera, no confession, the coroner ruled it undetermined. Case closed, at least for the state of California, but not for the Jacksons. Not for Tito, who refused to believe that the mother of his children, a woman who wouldn't go near a bathtub alone, had chosen to swim at 3 a.m. Not for 3 tons, who spent years fighting to reopen the case, begging the district attorney to listen. 2 years later, their persistence finally cracked the silence. Prosecutors re-examined the evidence, the bruises, the timeline, the motive, money problems, a fight, a refusal. And by 1998, the truth came out in court. The night wasn't an accident. It was rage, controlled, intimate, and deadly. Don Bohanna was found guilty of second-degree murder, sentenced to 15 years to life. But for the Jackson family, there was no celebration, only relief and an empty chair at every family gathering. When the verdict was read guilty of second-degree murder, the courtroom fell silent. No celebration, no tears of victory, only the sound of grief breathing in slow rhythm. Because in stories like this, justice never feels like healing. Tito Jackson sat still, hands folded, staring at the man who had taken the mother of his children. He didn't shout. He didn't cry. Later, he told the reporter, "You don't win something like this. You just stop losing." For 3 tons, Taj, Terrell, and TJ, it was more than a headline. It was their mother's voice echoing through every courtroom word. They were just boys when she died, young, scared, and suddenly forced to understand death before adulthood. They grew up under cameras, but this pain wasn't for show. When they stood on stage again, singing love songs to millions, their eyes told a story their lyrics never did. In interviews, they said what most sons can't. "We forgave him, but we'll never forget what he took." The Jackson family, one of the most famous in the world, learned something brutally human: fame doesn't protect you from tragedy. They had survived tabloids, scandals, rumors, but nothing compared to this quiet loss. Because Dee Dee wasn't a celebrity chasing fame. She was a mother who wanted a simple life, a home, laughter, love. And the world had stolen that from her in silence. The case struck a chord in America. It wasn't just the Jackson name, it was the story behind it. A reminder that domestic violence wears expensive suits too. That power doesn't always look like fists. Sometimes it looks like control disguised as care. As the years passed, Don Bohanna continued to deny guilt, filing appeals, requesting parole. Each time, the Jacksons showed up quiet, dignified, unshakable. Each time, the board said no, because sometimes silence speaks louder than pleas. In 2018, T.J. Jackson spoke publicly for the first time about the loss. He said, "Every success we've had, every time the world clapped for us, we wished she could see it. We built our careers in her honor." And maybe that's what love does. It refuses to die, even when the person does. Today, the Dee Dee Jackson Foundation, created by her sons, helps families healing from loss and violence. It's her voice, reborn through the same children she once sang lullabies to. A promise kept. Because for the Jacksons, grief became purpose. And Dee Dee's story, once buried under silence, became a song of strength the world could finally hear. Time moved on. But for the Jacksons, there would always be 2 worlds, one before that night in Bel Air and one after. Every August, her sons still call each other. No media, no public posts, just 3 brothers on the phone, remembering the woman who made them believe in kindness even after the world showed them cruelty. Dee Dee Jackson wasn't a superstar. She didn't tour the world or hold platinum plaques. But to the people who loved her, she was something greater, a safe place in a world built on noise. Those who knew her say her laughter was light, like wind chimes in sunlight. That she never walked into a room to take attention, she brought calm. She was the heartbeat in a family where fame often drowned everything else out. Even after her death, that heartbeat never stopped. It just changed rhythm. Her 3 sons carried her love forward in ways that would have made her proud. As 3 tons, they sang about loyalty, forgiveness, and resilience, the same values she'd planted in them long before tragedy struck. Their music wasn't just melody, it was memory, and every note carried her name. In 2013, they founded the Dee Dee Jackson Foundation, not as a monument to loss, but as a living promise. Its mission was simple but profound: to help families heal from grief through music, storytelling, and community. To give children who had lost parents a voice because they knew what it felt like to lose theirs. At one of the foundation's events, DJ Jackson stood on stage and said, "People remember her for how she died. We remember her for how she lived with love, with grace, and with strength that never needed a spotlight." That line became the soul of the foundation. Because Dee Dee's legacy wasn't written in headlines. It was written in the quiet, in the way her sons speak gently, in the way they treat people with empathy, in the way they never let bitterness win. Even Tito, her first love, still speaks of her with reverence. In interviews, his voice softens when her name comes up, as if the air itself becomes sacred. He calls her the best part of my youth. And maybe that's what true love leaves behind, not ownership, not forever, but softness. For the world, her story is a cautionary tale about power, about violence, about the danger of silence. But for her family, it's a testament that love, even after tragedy, can rebuild something good. It can become purpose. Dee Dee once told a friend, "I just want my boys to grow up kind." And they did. Her wish became her legacy. Today, her name is whispered not with pity, but with peace, because she taught her sons, and everyone who heard her story, that real love, the kind that survives storms, doesn't need the world to notice. It just needs to keep going. So when the world remembers her now, it's not through the darkness of that pool, but through the light she left behind. In her son's songs, in the children her foundation helps, and in the quiet truth she lived by. Love doesn't end. It just changes who carries it. This was Dolores Dee Dee Jackson, the woman who taught love to stay even when the music stopped. Some men chase fame, others chase loyalty. And then there was Hussein Fatal, the one who never switched sides. To the world, he was just another outlaw in Tupac's army. But to Pac, he was more than that. A brother, a soldier, a shadow who moved when he moved. If loyalty had a heartbeat, it would sound like Fatal's. Before the chains, before the fame, before death row and diamond watches, Fatal was just Bruce Washington from Montclair, New Jersey. A street kid raised on struggle and rhythm, molded by poverty, and baptized by the gunsmoke of the East Coast. He didn't want to rap. He wanted to survive. But fate, or maybe Pac's faith, had other plans. When the two met behind prison walls, something sparked. It wasn't business. It wasn't music. It was recognition. Two men who saw the same pain in each other's eyes, two outlaws in spirit long before it became a name. From the first verse, he spit for Tupac. Fatal wasn't just another rapper. He was the voice of the streets Pac left behind. Raw, loyal, unpredictable. When he said, "I'd die for mine," he meant it. And in the end, he did. This is the story of Hussein Fatal, the outlaw who never sold out, never softened, and never stopped riding for his brother, even after death. Before he was known as Hussein Fatal, before the tattoos, the bandanas, before Tupac ever called him his lieutenant, there was just a kid named Bruce Washington, born on April 3rd, 1973, in Montclair, New Jersey. Montclair wasn't some glamorous piece of Jersey. It wasn't New York, but it had the same pulse, crowded streets, corner hustlers, broken dreams, and mothers praying for their sons to make it home at night. Fatal came from that kind of neighborhood where the buildings leaned like tired shoulders and the sirens never stopped echoing. He was one of many children in a house that never slept. His mom tried to hold the family together, working long hours, while his father drifted in and out. There was no peace at home and no future outside it. So Bruce learned what every kid on that block eventually did. If you want to survive, you better be harder than what's chasing you. By the time he hit his teens, the streets had already called his name. He was quick, smart, and reckless, the kind of kid who didn't follow the rules because he never saw them work for anyone who looked like him. He loved hip-hop, the kind that spoke for the broken, He'd memorize Cool G Rap, KRS-One, and Rakim, writing rhymes on the backs of school papers. But for Bruce, music wasn't a dream yet. It was a release, a way to say what he couldn't say to his own reflection. Money was short, jobs were few. The hustle was everywhere. So Bruce did what most kids in his situation did. He hustled too. He learned how to move in the dark, how to read people fast, how to make fear work for him. That's what kept him alive. It was around that time he met another kid from the neighborhood, Yafu Fula, better known later as Yaki Gaddafi. Yafu was quieter, smoother, but just as sharp. Together, they were brothers before the word outlaw even existed. They ran the streets together, got into fights together, and dreamed about getting out even if neither of them believed they really would. Then one day, Gaddafi told Bruce something wild, that his godbrother was Tupac Shakur. Bruce laughed, thought it was just another Jersey story. Until he saw the photos on Gaddafi's wall, Pac smiling, young, standing beside Yafe's mom. That was when the disbelief turned into curiosity. Months later, Gaddafi told Fatal he was going upstate to visit Tupac. At Clinton Correctional Facility, he asked Fatal to roll with him. And that one trip changed everything. Inside the prison, Fatal saw Pac up close for the first time. Not the rapper, not the superstar, but a man with a stare that could slice through steel. Pac asked him to spit something. Fatal hesitated, shrugged, then dropped a few lines raw, fast, and mean. Pac smiled, that half grin he always had. "Yeah," he said. "That's outlaw talk right there." From that moment on, Bruce Washington wasn't Bruce anymore. He was Hussein Fatal, the soldier Pac had been looking for. The kind of man who didn't just rhyme about the struggle, but lived it every damn day. When Tupac got out of prison, he didn't forget. He sent word for Fatal and Gaddafi to come to LA. He didn't need yes men, he needed riders. And Fatal was born to ride. From the streets of Montclair to the hallways of death row, he was no longer just a Jersey hustler, he was part of something bigger, something dangerous, something legendary. And for the first time in his life, Fatal found a family that fought for him the same way he fought for survival. That was the beginning of the Outlaws. And for Fatal, it was more than a group, it was redemption written in blood and loyalty. By late 1995, the war drums in hip-hop were getting louder. And right in the middle of it all, fresh out of prison, head shaved, eyes burning, was Tupac Shakur. Behind him stood his soldiers, the Outlaws. And front and center among them, his right hand, his enforcer, Hussein Fatal. When Pac got out, Suge Knight's red carpet wasn't just for business. It was a statement. Death Row Records was now the empire, and Pac was its new king. But every king needs his wolves. Fatal was that wolf, sharp, loyal, unpredictable, always ready to ride. Pac used to call him his lieutenant. He'd say, "Fatal, don't talk much, but when he move, it's real." In Los Angeles, the Outlaws lived like ghosts and gods at the same time. Days blurred into nights, and nights into studio sessions filled with smoke, liquor, and gunmetal energy. They recorded in rooms that felt like war zones, half celebration, half paranoia. But through it all, Fatal stood next to Pac, soaking it in. When All Eyes on Me dropped on the 13th of February 1996, it wasn't just an album, it was a declaration of war. Fatal appeared on 2 tracks that became instant street anthems. All About You, with Snoop, Nate Dogg, and Drew Down, a smooth confession wrapped in swagger. And When We Ride, the raw call to arms that cemented the Outlaws as Pac's chosen army. He wasn't just a guest anymore. He was part of the legend. But it wasn't the studio that defined Fatal. It was loyalty. He wasn't chasing fame, he was protecting family. If Pac needed something done, a meeting handled, a threat silenced, a situation contained, Fatal was already on it before the words were said. That's what made Pac trust him. That's what made him dangerous. When Pac dropped Hit 'Em Up, the most infamous diss track in history, Fatal was right there. He spat fire with that Jersey venom, aiming straight at Bad Boy Records, Mobb Deep, and anyone else standing on the other side of the east-west line. To most rappers, it was just competition. To Fatal, it was war, and Pac was his general. He wasn't trying to be the star. He was the soldier behind the star. And in those death row halls where whispers of betrayal and gunshots mixed with million-dollar deals, that kind of loyalty was rare. Outside the studio, their bond was more like brothers than business. They'd argue, fight, laugh, get high, plan moves. Pac once told him, "If something happens to me, you make sure they know what I stood for." Fatal didn't answer. He just nodded. But Fatal's fire sometimes burned too hot. At the House of Blues concert, he tried sneaking in a gun, said it was for protection. Security caught him, Pac snapped, and sent him home to Jersey. Another time, he crashed Pac's brand new Land Cruiser into a pole. Pac was furious, kicked him out the group for a minute, but that's the thing about family. You fight, you bleed, you forgive. By the summer of '96, they were back tight again, ready for Vegas, ready for the next chapter. But fate had other plans. On September 6, Tupac rolled out to the Mike Tyson fight in Las Vegas. Fatal wasn't there. He had court back in Jersey, a small-time assault case. Nothing serious. He figured he'd fly out after. He never got the chance. The next day, news broke. Tupac Shakur shot multiple times on the Vegas Strip. Fatal froze. He didn't cry. He didn't speak. He just sat there, staring at the floor, whispering, "If I was there, he'd still be alive." For the rest of his life, he carried that. Not as guilt, but as a promise left unkept. When the sirens stopped screaming and the camera stopped circling, there was a silence that landed like a physical thing, heavy, flat, unbearable. For Hussein Fatal, it wasn't just the loss of a friend or a boss. It was the collapse of a world he'd built his life around. Tupac had been the axis. Fatal had been a spoke. When the axis shattered, everything spun out. He flew back to New Jersey with a photograph in his pocket and a weight in his chest that didn't belong to any living thing. The Outlaws, the crew, the myth, they continued to exist on record and in legend, but the private gravity of those nights in LA was gone. Fatal wandered like a man in a half-life, showing up for sessions, leaving early, sleeping through days, and filling the long hours with things that didn't promise tomorrow. Then, Yaki Gaddafi, the kid from the block, his brother on the road, the one who'd introduced him to Pac, was shot dead just weeks later. Gaddafi's death cut into Fatal, with a violence that practical grief couldn't fix. He had dropped Gaddafi off at his girlfriend's house, said his goodbyes, and watched a life snuffed out that had once felt bulletproof. 2 friends down. 2 funerals. A hollow that had no bottom. What followed was the slow, fumbling disintegration people call grief. Fatal sank into drugs and depression, the way some people sink into sleep, not purposeful, but inevitable. He admitted later that he felt suicidal. He told interviewers that the point of rapping had evaporated once the brothers who understood him were gone. Nights dissolved into drinking, days blurred under the weight of regret. He replayed the Vegas phone calls and wondered, with a terrible clarity, how history would read him if he'd been somewhere else that night. Still, music kept knocking at the door. Labels called. Old friends urged him back to the mic. In 1997, after some quiet, Fatal chose to answer, but the industry that had lifted Pac and the Outlaws was changing. Relativity Records offered him a chance. He signed and tried to translate loyalty into a solo path. December 1997 brought a private light in his life. He became a father, and with that fragile responsibility came a decision to attempt a comeback. Line of Fire, his solo debut, arrived in March 1998. It was raw, angry, stitched from the same street talk that had made him an outlaw. But it didn't find the climate it needed. The country was still bleeding from the murders of Pac and Biggie. The East, divided by West war, had made audiences wary. And Relativity itself was teetering. The album sales were modest, and the label's financial troubles stifled the push Fatal needed. He watched the momentum leak away like blood from a wound. He didn't vanish, though. He kept recording, hooked up with Rap A Lot, and began work on Death Before Dishonor. The industry's vultures and contracts chewed at him unreleased tracks, reconfigured Outlaw's albums that removed his verses, and the business calculus of profit over loyalty. Old arrest warrants and legal baggage resurfaced. A past of street fights and court dates kept shadowing every studio door he stepped through. So Fatal kept doing what he'd always done when the world got too loud. He wrote mixtapes, features, even with artists from newer eras. And indie projects became his oxygen. He tried to turn loyalty into legacy through music, but the grief never left the room it sat in the booth beside him, audible between bars. Each recorded verse was half confession, half testament. He was still here, still carrying the names of dead brothers on his shoulders, still proving that an outlaw could survive the silence, at least for a while. By the early 2000s, the glow of Tupac's mythology had hardened into marble. The world had turned his name into an industry, murals, documentaries, t-shirts, a sacred brand of rebellion. But for Hussein Fatal, that legend wasn't history. It was unfinished business. Every headline about Pac the Prophet or Pac the Martyr reminded him of blood on asphalt, and of how easily truth gets rewritten by the ones who weren't there. America loved to build heroes out of the dead, but it didn't know what to do with the ones left alive. Fatal was one of those ghosts walking among the living. He'd outlasted bullets, prison bars, and betrayal, but inside, he carried the same infection that killed so many black men of his era. Trauma left untreated, turned into anger, then addiction, then silence. When he signed with Rap A Lot Records, some thought it was his second resurrection. That label, home to Scarface, Ghetto Boys, and the rawest voices of Southern truth, gave Fatal space to spit his pain without filters. He dropped Death Before Dishonor, a title that sounded less like marketing and more like a final oath. But by the time the album surfaced, Pac was gone, Gaddafi was gone, and Death Row had imploded under lawsuits and murder charges. The streets had moved on, and yet there was still that voice. Still, that steel under the Jersey slang, that command that came from surviving the impossible. Fatal started traveling again. Houston, Atlanta, Chicago, smaller clubs, smaller checks, but still loyal fans who came up to him crying, saying, "You was Pac's soldier, man. You the last outlaw." He'd smile, dap them up, sign autographs, but in interviews he'd say quietly, Pac wasn't God. He was just a man trying to do right before the world did him wrong. That was Fatal, no myth, no gloss, no Hollywood, just truth. And the truth didn't sell records like fantasy did. As years passed, America's fascination with hip-hop deaths only grew. New York Times ran think pieces about East versus West. VH1 did countdowns. Top 10 most tragic rappers. But they never called Fatal. The cameras wanted martyrs, not survivors. So he built his own lane. He founded Thugtainment, a label meant for the overlooked, the ones who had talent but no machine. He linked back up with Young Noble and EDI. Dropped mixtapes like Perfect Timing, 2011, and filled his verses with history. Not nostalgia, but the bruises of it. He wasn't chasing charts, he was chasing clarity. Outside the booth, he spoke in schools, told young kids in Jersey, "You ain't gotta die to be real. You just gotta live through the pain." For a man the world once saw only as Tupac's shadow, that was a new kind of rebellion survival as defiance. In Europe, especially in France and Germany, Fatal became something of a cult icon. Documentaries about the outlaws framed him as the last true soldier of that era, the one who never cashed out, never sold the story. Hip-hop journalists in London compared his voice to a preacher's growl. They said it sounded like gospel with gunpowder in it. Meanwhile, in the US, hip-hop was morphing glitter, auto-tune, club beats. Fatal's kind of truth didn't fit radio anymore, but that didn't stop him. He kept recording, self-releasing, mentoring. He said in one interview, almost laughing, "I've been shot at, locked up, lied on, and left behind. But I'm still here. That's my platinum plaque." To America, he was a footnote in a saga they thought they'd finished reading. To the people who'd been there, the soldiers, the families, the streets, Fatal was still the voice that refused to fade, the echo that kept saying, "We're still out here." He wasn't chasing resurrection anymore. He was busy staying alive. The night was quiet. No cameras, no lights, just highway and wind. July 11th, 2015, Interstate 85, just outside Atlanta. Fatal was in the passenger seat, riding shotgun next to his girlfriend. The radio low, the city lights fading behind them. They'd just left the studio. He was talking about a book he wanted to finish, Journey of an Outlaw. He said he wanted to tell it all this time, no filters, no labels, no lies. At 2:30 a.m., the car swerved. A flash of metal, tires screamed. The impact threw him from the vehicle body against asphalt, sky spinning, glass raining down like tiny stars. When the paramedics arrived, Hussein Fatal Bruce Washington was gone, 38 years old, a survivor who'd finally run out of roads. His girlfriend was charged with DUI and vehicular homicide, but those legal words couldn't measure the silence that followed. The news spread like a slow echo. Jersey, Atlanta, LA. The fans who still played hit him up like it was gospel. The world posted hashtags. The outlaws posted tributes, but inside the noise, there was grief that had no punctuation. His sister, Sarah Washington, said she couldn't even find his royalties, that some of the same brothers who once rode beside him now acted like his name didn't matter. She called them, begged for the truth. One of them said coldly, "He ain't an outlaw no more. He's dead." It was the kind of cruelty Fatal had seen his whole life, loyalty fading once the lights went off. But for the fans, for the ones who remembered, Fatal was still alive every time Hail Mary played, every time a kid in a hoodie recited those bars like prayer. In the years after his death, murals went up in Montclair, a young man with a steady gaze and the words "Outlaw for Life" scrawled beneath. Underground podcasts kept his name moving. Old friends from Jersey said he died sober, focused, ready to rebuild. To them, that meant everything. Because in a world that glorifies the dead, Hussein Fatal wasn't trying to be a ghost. He was trying to be proof that even the broken ones could keep walking. That survival itself was a kind of victory. His legacy isn't fame, it isn't charts, it's endurance. It's the way his story still vibrates in the spaces between beats, a reminder that loyalty has a cost, that every outlaw bleeds before he's remembered. And if you listen close, late at night, somewhere between the echo of Pac's voice and the hum of a passing car, you can still hear Fatal whisper. "We never died, we just rode on." They made the world jump, but they never learned how to land. Before Atlanta became the heartbeat of hip-hop, before trap beats ruled the charts, there were two kids in backward jeans who made history without even knowing it. Criss Cross, two first graders who turned the mall encounter into a global phenomenon. They didn't rap about the streets or money. They rapped about being young, wild, and free. And for one shining moment in 1992, the whole world danced to their rhythm. Their hit Jump stayed at #1 for 8 straight weeks. Their faces were on magazine covers, cereal boxes, and video games. Michael Jackson took them on tour. Every kid in America wanted to wear their clothes backward. For a generation growing up between innocence and ambition, Criss Cross were more than rappers, they were a mirror. They made it feel okay to dream out loud. But fame moves fast, and when the spotlight shifts, not everyone finds their way back to the light. Behind the applause, one of those boys, Chris Kelly, the Mac Daddy, was quietly fighting battles no one could see. The same music that lifted him up would one day fail to catch him when he fell. This is not just the story of a child star. It's the story of what happens when a dream grows faster than the boy who dreamed it. And of how a beat that once made the world jump still echoes today for those who remember and for those who never will. Before the fame, before the lights and the backward jeans, there was just Chris Kelly, a quiet kid from Atlanta with a head full of music and a mother who believed in him. He was born on the 11th of August, 1978, And like many kids in the South, his world revolved around rhythm, not the kind that came from money or machines, but from living rooms and radios. His mother, Donna Kelly Pratt, filled their home with Run D, MC, Eric B, and Rakim, Michael Jackson, and old school R&B. That was how Chris learned to feel before he ever learned to rhyme. At school, he met another boy named Chris Smith, just as mischievous, just as full of energy. They became inseparable, two kids who talked in beats and moved in rhythm. By third grade, they were already performing little routines at local events and school talent shows, calling themselves the Two Crises. Their friendship was the kind that could only come from childhood, simple, fearless, and built on laughter. But Atlanta, in the early 90s, wasn't known for hip-hop yet. New York had the grit. LA had the glamour. Atlanta was still finding its sound. Then fate walked into a mall. One afternoon, while hanging out at Greenbrier Mall, their favorite spot to people watch, the boys noticed a female rap group, Silk Times Leather, surrounded by fans. Their producer, a young Jermaine Dupri, was there too, watching the commotion. He noticed something different. The crowd wasn't just excited about the group. They were drawn to the two kids watching them. There was something magnetic about their confidence. They weren't stars yet, but they moved like they already were. Jermaine asked, "What do y'all do to get people's attention like that?" Chris Smith grinned and said, "We just cool like that." That one line changed their lives. Jermaine saw what most producers never do. He saw potential before talent, a spark before a flame. He invited them to his studio to record a demo. The boys were only 10 and 11, but their voices carried something older, rhythm, charm, and the kind of innocence that couldn't be faked. At first, they called themselves Chris and Chris, but Jermaine, always the visionary, decided on a name that felt playful, rhythmic, and catchy. Criss Cross. He also had an idea that would make them unforgettable. At the time, oversized clothes were the trend. Jermaine told them, "Turn your clothes around. Let's see what happens." They did, and the reaction was instant. Everywhere they went, people pointed, laughed, clapped. They had turned rebellion into fashion. A simple flip that symbolized everything. They were young, fearless, and different. Within a year, Jermaine secured a deal with Rough House, divided by Columbia Records. He wrote and produced their first single, Jump. When the beat dropped, it was undeniable, a song that sounded like childhood and chaos all at once. In 1992, Jump hit #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 and stayed there for 8 straight weeks, selling over 2 million copies. The world had never seen anything like them. Two kids who made adults dance and made children dream. Almost overnight, Criss Cross became a cultural earthquake. Their faces were everywhere. TV, magazines, Sprite commercials, and even Michael Jackson's Dangerous tour. They were living the fantasy every kid wished for. But for Chris Kelly, still just 13, it was more than fame. It was the start of a life he could barely understand. He wasn't just making the world jump. He was learning what it felt like to fly. And like every flight that soars too high, the fall would one day come. In 1992, the world moved to the sound of two kids from Atlanta. Criss Cross didn't just release a hit, they caused a movement. Their debut single, Jump, exploded like lightning, sitting at the top of the Billboard Hot 100 for 8 straight weeks. Every school dance, every radio station, every house party played that same infectious chant, Jump, Jump. The world couldn't get enough of them. Two boys with backward genes and boundless energy had somehow captured the innocence and rebellion of an entire generation. It wasn't about violence or wealth or ego. It was about joy, pure, loud, contagious joy. The album, Totally Crossed Out, sold over 4 million copies and topped both the Billboard 200 and the R&B divided by hip-hop charts. In an era when most rappers were grown men telling hard stories, these two kids gave hip-hop permission to smile again. They were everywhere. On MTV, A Different World, in living color. Yo! MTV Raps, Even Michael Jackson, the biggest entertainer on earth, wanted them to open for him on the Dangerous World Tour. And when they appeared in his Jam video alongside Michael Jordan and Heavy D, it felt like the universe itself was co-signing their success. They became symbols of a new kind of fame, the kind born from energy, not experience. They sold Sprite, Sega, Nickelodeon. They even voiced raps for Rugrats. Every kid in America wanted to be them, dress like them, move like them. They were more than stars. They were blueprints for what youth culture could be. But behind the screaming fans and platinum plaques, Chris Kelly Mac Daddy was still a boy trying to make sense of it all. He didn't have the luxury of growing up quietly. He was learning life lessons in limousines, trying to balance fame with homework, and recording songs between math tests. Tutors followed them from city to city as they toured the world, but no classroom could teach them what success really costs. Jermaine Dupri, their mentor, became the architect of Atlanta's rise, and Criss Cross was the first brick. Their success opened doors for a generation of Southern artists who would later define hip-hop, Outkast, T.I., Ludacris, and so many more. Atlanta was no longer an afterthought. It was the new capital of rhythm. Their second album, Da Bomb, arrived in 1993. It went platinum, introducing dancehall influences with All Right featuring Supercat and helping launch the career of Da Brat, who they discovered during a concert in Chicago. They were growing up, experimenting with harder beats and more streetwise lyrics, a reflection of how the hip-hop world itself was changing. Gangsta rap was dominating the airwaves, and innocence didn't sell like it used to. Even so, Criss Cross managed to evolve without losing their chemistry. By 1996, they released Young, Rich, and Dangerous, an album that showed a more mature sound, a little darker, a little wiser. The single Tonight's the Night hit #1 on the rap charts, while Live and Die for Hip Hop brought together Jermaine Dupri, Da Brat, Mr., Black, and Aaliyah, who was just beginning her own journey to stardom. But fans began to notice something different about Chris Kelly. His hair was thinning. Bold patches showed on camera. Rumors spread that he was sick, maybe cancer. In interviews, he explained calmly, "It's alopecia. I've had it since I was 4. Even then, he smiled. He'd learned early how to turn vulnerability into strength. For Criss Cross, the mid-90 seconds marked both a peak and a pause. They were no longer kids, but not yet men. And in a business that only celebrates what's new, growing up often means fading out. The world that once jumped for them was already dancing to someone else's beat. Fame never warns you when it's about to leave. It just fades like the last note of a song you thought would never end. By the late 90 seconds, Criss Cross had grown up, and the world had moved on. The backward jeans were no longer cool. Hip-hop had gotten harder, heavier, a new sound ruled by gangsta rap and street realism. The innocence that once made Criss Cross famous now made them seem out of place. After the release of Young, Rich, and Dangerous, the group decided to take a break. Chris Smith focused on writing and acting, and Chris Kelly, the Mac Daddy, went looking for something deeper than fame, something that felt like purpose. He enrolled in school to study sound engineering, wanting to understand music beyond performance, to rebuild from the inside. For a while, it worked. He started his own label, C Records, Crazy Cool Connections, and began mentoring young artists around Atlanta. He was no longer the kid who made the world jump. He was the man helping others find their rhythm. But the industry had changed. Atlanta was booming again with Outkast, Ludacris, and T.I. taking over the airwaves. But Chris wasn't part of that new wave. He had gone from the front row of fame to watching from the back seat. And sometimes, that kind of quiet can feel heavier than failure. Friends said he never really got over it, the feeling of being needed, of being seen. He'd walk into a club and hear Jump playing, people smiling, shouting lyrics that once belonged to his childhood. And while everyone else was celebrating nostalgia, he was remembering what it cost him. The years that followed were scattered with attempts to come back short studio sessions, half-written songs, flashes of the old energy. But drugs had already started whispering in the background. At first, It was just to numb the pressure, the loneliness. Then it became a habit. Cocaine, heroin, the same vices that swallowed so many artists who rose too fast, too young. Those close to him said he tried to fight it. He'd disappear for weeks, then reappear sober and smiling, promising he was done. His mother, Donna, stayed by his side through it all. She saw both the boy he was and the man the world forgot. She said he wanted to be better, that he was tired of the pain, tired of the cycle. But addiction isn't a battle you win once. It's a war that keeps coming back for you. In February 2013, hope flickered again. Jermaine Dupri organized a So Deaf 20th anniversary concert, bringing Criss Cross back to the stage. When Chris Kelly and Chris Smith performed Jump that night, the crowd erupted, thousands of people screaming, reliving their childhoods. For a moment, it felt like 1,992 all over again. The lights, the love, the laughter, it was back. And for the first time in years, Chris Kelly looked happy. But sometimes, the past can be both comfort and curse. Just months later, on May 1st, 2013, paramedics found Chris unresponsive on his couch. He had mixed heroin and cocaine, a deadly combination known as a speedball. They tried CPR, but it was too late. He was 34 years old. His mother said he had been sick the night before, complaining of nausea and dizziness. He had been trying to recover, trying to come home, but in the end, the same world that lifted him up couldn't catch him when he fell. The headlines called it an overdose. But for those who knew him, it wasn't drugs that killed Chris Kelly, it was the silence that comes after applause. When the news broke on May 1st, 2013, America paused. The kids who grew up in the 90 seconds suddenly felt a piece of their childhood disappear. Chris Kelly, the boy who once made the world jump, was gone. He was only 34. For millions, it wasn't just another celebrity headline. It was personal. Because Criss Cross wasn't just a group, they were a memory, a symbol of simpler days when music still felt innocent and fun. People didn't just remember the song, they remembered who they were when they first heard it. That's what made the loss hurt so deeply. Social media turned into a digital memorial. Artists, fans, and friends from across the world posted tributes. Jermaine Dupri, heartbroken, wrote, "To the world, you were the Mac Daddy. To me, you were my son, my friend. You taught me how to see magic in youth." And Chris Smith, the other half of Criss Cross, stood at Kelly's funeral and struggled through tears to speak. Our bond was never about music. It was about growing up together, surviving together. In Atlanta, radio stations played Jump every hour that week. People gathered downtown, some still wearing their jeans backward in tribute. For a generation that had grown up, gotten jobs, raised families, this was how they said goodbye to their childhood. The media revisited Criss Cross's legacy, finally giving them the credit they always deserved. Before Outkast, before T.I., before Ludacris, it was two kids who made the world pay attention to Atlanta. They proved that Southern hip-hop could be both mainstream and magical. They were the first spark of a fire that still burns today. In a rare moment of unity, every corner of the rap world, from old-school pioneers to modern trap artists, spoke the same truth. Chris Kelly didn't just make music. He made people feel good about being young, about being themselves. In Oakland, Chicago, and Los Angeles, DJs dropped Jump at midnight as a tribute. Clubs erupted with joy and nostalgia, laughter, tears, and the same chant that once shook the world. Jump! Jump! That night, it didn't feel like mourning. It felt like remembering. Because in the end, Chris Kelly's story wasn't just about tragedy. It was about joy, pure, electric, unforgettable joy, and how it lingers, even when the lights go out. The beat that made the world jump was silent now, but across America, hearts still moved to its rhythm. There are songs that fade when the radio turns off, and there are songs that keep playing in your soul long after the world goes quiet. Jump was one of those songs. More than 30 years later, it still brings people back to a time when everything felt possible, when the biggest problems were school dances, mixtapes, and whether your jeans were backward enough. That was the gift Chris Kelly left behind. He made the world lighter for a while. He made it fun to be young. But beyond the music, his story became a quiet lesson about what happens when fame finds a child before life has had the chance to teach them who they are. He was only 13 when the spotlight found him, and for the rest of his life, he kept trying to live up to a moment the world wouldn't let him forget. It's a story older than hip-hop itself, the prize of being extraordinary too soon. Yet, even in the pain, there's something beautiful. Because Chris Kelly never lost his love for the music. Even when the charts forgot his name, he kept creating, producing, mentoring, dreaming. He didn't need a crowd to validate his rhythm. The beat was already inside him. For Atlanta, his legacy is undeniable. Before trap, before the modern South became the capital of American hip-hop, it was two kids, Mac Daddy and Daddy Mac, who opened the door. Every artist who came after them walks through that door still. In his mother's words, Chris was more than a star, he was my son, and he was loved. And maybe that's what this story really is. Not about fame or loss, but love. A mother's love. A city's love. The love of a generation that still smiles every time that beat drops. So tonight, wherever you are, if you ever jumped to that song, if it ever made you laugh, or dance, or remember, take a moment, close your eyes, hear the crowd, feel that bass, and whisper a thank you to the boy who made the world jump. Because legends don't always wear crowns. Sometimes they just wear their clothes backward and remind us that joy, even fleeting joy, is still worth the dance. You ever heard the name Scott LaRock? Most people haven't. But without him, hip-hop wouldn't sound the same, and the game wouldn't have known death so soon. This wasn't just another brother with a beat machine. This was a man who came from the Bronx, the birthplace of hip-hop, but thought like a Wall Street executive. He had a degree in business, a clean suit, a calm voice. He knew publishing, promotion, marketing, long before rappers learned to own their names. He believed hip-hop wasn't just sound. It was structure. It was survival. And yet, the same system he tried to change took his life. Because in 1987, before the platinum chains, before the Bentleys, there was blood on the pavement. They said it was over a small argument, a misunderstanding on the streets. But people close to him whispered something else. That Scott LaRock was assassinated. That his death wasn't random, it was a warning to any young black man who dared to be smarter than the system. He wasn't just the first DJ to die. He was the first dreamer buried under hip-hop's fame. So tonight, we go back to the Bronx, to the blocks where turntables hummed and bullets answered back. This is where hip-hop met its first tragedy. This is where Scott LaRock's story begins. Before the music, before the fame, there was just a boy named Scott Sterling, born and raised in the Bronx, the rough cradle of hip-hop. The buildings were cracked, the heat pipes screamed in the winter, and every night the sirens sang louder than the streetlights. His father left when he was 4. His mother, a quiet warrior, worked double shifts and still came home with enough love to make it feel like daylight inside that one-bedroom apartment. Scott learned early that life didn't owe him anything. He also learned that kindness wasn't weakness. Even when his stomach was empty, he'd share what little food he had with other kids in the neighborhood. There were nights he would walk blocks just to bring someone a sandwich. That was who he was, the kind of soul that wanted to fix things the world didn't bother to see. By 12, the Bronx was changing. The gangs were losing ground to something new, a sound born from the asphalt. And one night, in a park on Sedgwick Avenue, Scott saw DJ Kool Herc perform. Extension cords ran from a lamppost, connecting the beat to the street. The bass rattled through his chest, and he watched the crowd kids who'd been fighting just days before move together under one rhythm. It wasn't just a party. It was peace. That moment carved itself into him. He went home obsessed. He wanted to understand that power, the power to make people forget pain for 3 minutes at a time. His grandfather, seeing the fire in him, saved up to buy 2 turntables. No one knew it then, but that gift changed hip-hop. Every afternoon after school, Scott would spin old records, trying to imitate the legends. He'd listen to the way one drum beat blended into another. He called himself Scott La Rock, taking the name from Coke La Rock, the first MC, the voice of the streets before contracts and cameras. To Scott, the name wasn't about fame. It was about respect for the foundation, for the movement, for the truth. But while he lived for music, his mother wanted safety. She thought sports could save him, and for a while, basketball did. Scott grew tall, 6'3" and quick. He captained his high school team, gliding across cracked gym floors with the same rhythm he used behind turntables. Basketball became his ticket out. When Castleton State College in Vermont offered him a full scholarship, he took it. He left the Bronx's noise for snow-covered silence. He was one of the few black students on campus, but instead of folding into the background, he brought the Bronx with him. He started DJing for the college radio station, playing hip-hop for white students who'd never heard it before. On weekends, he packed a small bar called Dugan's Lines of students waiting outside in the freezing air just to dance to the sound of his records. Inside, he controlled the room, hands on vinyl, eyes closed, heart open. They said he made Vermont feel like New York for the first time. But he didn't just play records. He taught the culture. He brought friends from the Bronx to paint graffiti, to breakdance, to show the world what hip-hop really meant. He wasn't trying to entertain, he was trying to educate. He was building a bridge between two Americas, one that struggled to be seen and one that had never looked. When graduation came, he held a degree in business administration, a handshake from professors who called him the gentleman DJ. Offers arrived a chance to play basketball overseas, but Scott had already chosen his court. He turned down the contract, packed his records, and headed home to the Bronx. Because he knew long before anyone else did that hip-hop wasn't just a sound. It was an industry waiting to be built, and he was ready to build it. When Scott came back to the Bronx, he wasn't chasing fame, he was chasing purpose. He could have worn a suit, worked in an office, lived comfortably. Instead, he walked straight back into the same neighborhoods the world had already written off. He got a job as a social worker at the Franklin Men's Shelter, a place filled with men who'd been forgotten. Ex-cons, addicts, teenagers fresh off the streets. Every day, he tried to keep them alive long enough to believe in something again. He carried himself differently: tie, pressed shirt, briefcase. To them, he looked like a square. But behind that clean image was the same DJ who'd once made Vermont dance. That's where he met KRS-One, a homeless, angry young poet who drew on the walls and rapped to survive. Their first conversation ended in an argument over meal tickets. Scott told him to get a job. KRS told him he didn't understand the struggle. But later, when they met again at a small studio run by Seth G from the Ultramagnetic MCs, something shifted. KRS saw that the social worker was hip. Scott saw that the homeless kid was brilliant. Two opposites, one from education, one from pain, found the same rhythm. They started recording together, first with a few friends under the name Scott La Rock and the Celebrity 3. The music was raw, conscious, full of message, but too early for radio. The label dropped them. Everyone else quit, except Scott and KRS. They renamed themselves Boogie Down Productions BDP for the Bronx they came from. It wasn't just a group, it was a declaration. Boogie Down meant survival. It meant telling the truth, even when it hurt. They performed in small clubs around New York, carrying crates of records, spitting verses about life in the projects. Scott handled the sound. KRS handled the message. Together, they were balanced mind and voice. Their big break came by accident through rejection. They played their demo for Mr. Magic, one of New York's most powerful radio DJs. He listened, paused, and told them straight up, "You're whack." Those words lit a fire. KRS went back to the studio, furious, and wrote South Bronx, a song that turned humiliation into history. The track was raw, unapologetic, and real. It shouted what every Bronx kid had been waiting to say: this is where hip-hop started. Daddy. When DJ Red Alert spun it on the radio, The crowd went wild. They demanded it again and again until the record had to be played back to back. The Bronx had its anthem. Soon after came The Bridge Is Over, a response to MC Shan's track, The Bridge. It wasn't just a diss record, it was a war cry. And it changed the sound of hip-hop forever. Then came the album Criminal Minded. Released in 1987, it was unlike anything before. The cover showed Scott and KRS posing with guns not as gangsters, but as revolutionaries. The songs mixed street wisdom with social insight. None Millimeter goes bang. Putri, Criminal Minded. It was raw, fearless, and prophetic. It told America, the streets are speaking now. Rolling Stone would later call it one of the 500 greatest albums of all time. But in that moment, all Scott cared about was proving something that hip-hop could be business, message, and movement at once. He was no longer the kid handing out sandwiches. He was the man building an empire from rhythm. In just 2 years, he went from social worker to legend. And still, he carried himself with the same calm, same briefcase, same smile. Because fame didn't change him. It only gave his purpose a microphone. By the summer of 1987, everything seemed untouchable. Criminal Minded was playing everywhere. The Bronx, Queens, Harlem, even downtown Manhattan. Scott had finally done it. He'd built something real, something clean out of chaos. He was already planning the next album, already thinking long-term publishing rights, marketing, touring. He wasn't just DJing. He was designing a blueprint for every artist that would come after. Then the phone rang. It was D-Nice, the youngest member of Boogie Down Productions. His voice was cracked, terrified. He told Scott he'd just been jumped, beaten, and pistol-whipped by a jealous boyfriend who thought he was talking to his girl. He was only 16, crying, bleeding, afraid. Scott didn't hesitate. He grabbed his jacket and keys. His instinct was the same as it had always been. Help first, talk later. He called up their bodyguard, Daryl Robocop, a giant of a man, and a few others. They got in a Jeep Wrangler and drove through the night toward the projects, the streetlights flashing across the windshield like warning signs. KRS-One stayed behind. He'd later say he didn't want to be part of any confrontation. But Scott wasn't going for war. He was going for peace. When they pulled up, the block was alive, with noise, kids shouting, radios blaring, windows glowing in the summer heat. Scott stepped out first. He found the man who'd hurt D-Nice. Voices rose, hands moved, but in the end they shook. Beef squashed, just like that. But fate wasn't finished. Robocop got into an argument with another man nearby. Words turned sharp, shoulders collided. Then the air broke. Gunshots. From the bushes. From the rooftops. From the dark corners that never sleep. Everyone dove for cover. Scott jumped back into the passenger seat as Robocop slammed the gas pedal. Bullets cut through the night. Glass shattered. Tires screamed. 5 people in the Jeep. Only 2 bullets hit. Both found Scott. One in the neck, one in the head. For a few seconds, no one realized it. He was still sitting upright, eyes wide, asking, "Why is the music so loud?" Then his head slumped forward. Blood ran down his collar. D-Nice screamed his name until his voice broke. They raced to the hospital. The doctors worked for hours, but there are things even rhythm can't revive. Scott LaRock was pronounced brain dead, 25 years old. The first casualty in the game of hip-hop. News spread fast. Clubs went silent that night. Red Alert cried on air. KRS-One stood outside the hospital, unable to walk in. He said he didn't want to remember his friend like that, not on a hospital bed, not with the wires and machines. The police arrested 2 men, Corey Bain and Kendall Newland, but with no witnesses willing to testify, both walked free. The case went cold. Months later, whispers started that Scott's death wasn't random, that B-Boy Records, the label they were trying to leave, had paid for it. Scott had been negotiating with Warner Brothers for a new deal that gave them full publishing rights. Too smart, too clean, too independent. In an industry that fed on control, that made him dangerous. Some say it was a stray bullet. Others swear it was a sniper. But every version ends the same, with a young man who believed in peace lying still, his music echoing through hospital walls. The night Scott LaRock died, hip-hop lost its innocence, and the silence that followed was the sound of something breaking forever. The news of Scott LaRock's death hit New York like an aftershock. For the first time, hip-hop, that voice of the streets, that escape from pain, had lost one of its own to the same violence it tried to rise above. Radio DJs spoke his name with disbelief. Red alerts broke down live on air. Fans left candles on Bronx sidewalks next to posters that said simply, "Rest in beats." The industry didn't know what to do with grief. There was no rule book for mourning a rapper then. No hashtags, no tributes, no press releases. Just silence. A heavy one. Because this wasn't a gang member or a hustler. This was a college graduate. A man with a degree and a mission. If someone like him could die in the crossfire, what did that mean for everyone else? In the weeks that followed, KRS-One couldn't sleep. He replayed the night again and again, the call, the jeep, the sirens. The guilt became unbearable. Out of that pain came purpose. He wrote songs that sounded less like brags and more like prayers. He told anyone who would listen that hip-hop had to grow up, had to stop bleeding itself dry. That's how the Stop the Violence movement was born. Not as a slogan, but as a scream. KRS-One gathered the biggest voices of the time: Public Enemy, MC Lyte, Doug E. Fresh, Heavy D, Kool Moe Dee, and turned grief into unity. Their anthem, Self-Destruction, hit #1 on Billboard's rap chart. Every dollar went to the National Urban League to fund peace programs in black neighborhoods. For the first time, the world saw hip-hop not as noise, but as a movement with a conscience. In the media, Scott became a symbol. Magazines called him the teacher before the teacher. Newspapers wrote about how he tried to stop violence and died because of it. To older Americans, he was proof that hip-hop carried both danger and dignity. To the younger generation, he became a quiet legend, the man who died so the culture could evolve. Years later, cities around the world would see hip-hop become an institution. Grammy stages, museums, college courses. But long before the lights and trophies, there was a man in a tie and a smile, spinning records at a homeless shelter, believing this music could save lives. And in that belief, America saw something rare, a reflection of itself. Flawed, hopeful, and still fighting for redemption. When the gunfire stopped, hip-hop lost more than a man. It lost its reflection, the part of itself that believed it could rise without violence. In the months after his death, KRS-One carried that silence like a wound. He stopped talking about money, fame, records. Every interview, every verse, somehow circled back to Scott. He said, "Half our crew is in the spirit world now. The other half is here. We can't lose." Maybe that was how he made peace, by believing the dead could still make music. But not everyone healed. D-Nice, still barely a man himself, spent years haunted by guilt. He thought every step he took had led to Scott's grave. For 25 years, he didn't speak to KRS-One. When they finally did, it wasn't through anger, it was through tears. Two survivors trying to understand a storm that never made sense. Then there was Scott LaRock Jr., just 9 months old when his father died. He grew up hearing stories about the legend, the college kid who became a hero, the peacemaker who died for calm, but not the father who should have tucked him in. He spent his youth fighting the streets that took his father, serving time, carrying bitterness. Years later, he would say on camera, "KRS, one never did anything for me." A sentence heavy enough to echo across decades of silence. Yet, even in pain, legacy found its way home. In 2017, the Bronx renamed a boulevard, Scott LaRock Boulevard, right on Jerome Avenue, where his journey began. The city that once buried him under gunfire now lifted his name in steel. Every car that drives past carries a piece of his unfinished dream, because what Scott stood for never died. He believed that knowledge could save lives, that hip-hop could be education, not destruction. That being smart was a kind of rebellion. The tragedy of Scott LaRock wasn't just his death, it was how clearly he saw the future, and how quickly the world stole it from him. But even now, Every time a DJ drops a beat with purpose, every time a young rapper picks truth over violence, a little of Scott spins again. Some stories end without closure, but dignity doesn't need applause. To anyone who's ever tried to bring peace into chaos, this one's for you. And to the Bronx boy who believed music could save the broken, we still hear you. Some singers are born to sing, but Felipe Wynn, he was born to feel. His voice didn't just carry notes, it carried truth. When he sang, it wasn't from the throat, it came straight from the ache in his chest, the kind only real soul man knew. Smooth like silk, sharp like pain. And every time you heard that trembling falsetto slide across a record, you knew it was him, the voice, that could make grown men cry and make women close their eyes, remembering someone they once loved. He wasn't the flashiest. He wasn't the richest. But he was the realest. As the lead voice of the Detroit Spinners, Felipe Wynn helped define what 1,972nd soul truly sounded like: elegance, fire, and heartbreak dancing together. From "I'll Be Around" to "Could It Be I'm Falling in Love." His tone made the world stop for 3 minutes at a time. Even Stevie Wonder called his sound liquid gold. But behind that velvet voice was a man who carried pain since childhood. A boy left behind, a soldier, a drifter, and finally, a legend who died the same way he lived, on stage, giving everything he had. This is the story of Felipe Wynn, the soul behind the Spinners, a man who turned heartbreak into harmony, and whose final song ended not with applause, but with silence. Felipe Wynn was born Felipe Walker, April 3rd, 1941, Cincinnati, Ohio, a city built on blues and brick, where voices carried pain like prayer. From the start, he learned that survival wasn't a privilege, it was an art. His parents, Degree Walker and Anna Wynn Walker, sang in church, but love in that house came and went like a passing hymn. When his mother left home for Detroit with another man, Felipe was just 6. His father, too proud and too broken, placed the children into the new orphan asylum for colored children. Imagine that a boy growing up, knowing both his parents were alive, but choosing to live without him. That kind of wound never heals. It just finds a rhythm. At the orphanage, nights were long. The halls echoed with cries and gospel humming. But Felipe had something the others didn't, a sound. He'd hum old church songs into the dark until sleep took him, voice trembling like a candle in wind. That's how he survived. He sank his way through the silence. After 5 years behind those walls, Felipe and his brother Michael couldn't take it anymore. One night, they ran. Michael went to Detroit searching for their mother. Felipe stayed behind in Cincinnati, torn between blood and abandonment. He worked odd jobs, anything that kept him moving. And at 15, desperate for purpose, he lied about his age and joined the U.S. Army. The Army didn't just give him a uniform, it gave him escape. He learned discipline, structure, and pain all over again. He worked as a medical specialist, treating wounds on the outside while nursing his own inside. But in the barracks, during long nights in foreign bases, Felipe found music again. He boxed to stay sharp and sang to stay alive. They said he could turn even military drills into melody. And one night, performing at a small bass club, he met a man who'd changed his life, Otis Redding, the god of soul himself. Otis heard him sing and said, "That boy got fire in his throat." Felipe ended up touring with Otis's band for a while, learning what it meant to make people feel something. 7 years later, when he returned home, the world had changed, and so had he. He carried himself like a man twice his age, voice deeper, spirit wiser. But inside, he was still that boy from the orphanage, still searching for love that wouldn't leave. He joined his brother Michael in Detroit, forming a gospel group called the Walker Singers. But gospel didn't pay the bills. And Felipe had tasted the applause of nightclubs, the roar of sinners clapping louder than saints. So he left the church, dropped his father's name Walker, and took his mother's name Wynn. He added an E at the end, maybe to make it whole again, maybe just to make it his own. That's how Felipe Wynn was born, not from fame, not from luck, but from pain, faith, and a voice that refused to stay quiet. A boy who sang not for attention, but because it was the only way he knew how to live. By the early 1970 seconds, soul music had new kings, and Felipe Wynne was about to wear the crown not in gold, but in voice. After drifting through bands and gospel choirs, Felipe's path finally led him to Detroit, the city his mother once ran to. There, music was currency, Motown, Funk Brothers, and dreams pressed into vinyl. But for Felipe, it wasn't fame he was chasing. It was home. And he found it in 5 men with matching suits, big smiles, and harmonies that could melt the hardest crowd, the Spinners. When Felipe joined the group in 1972, the Spinners had already tasted small success under Motown, but never the full spotlight. That changed when Aretha Franklin herself told them to leave Motown for Atlantic Records, where producer Tom Bell and songwriter Linda Creed were redefining soul with strings, horns, and heartbreak. It was the birth of Philadelphia soul, and Felipe Wynne became its heartbeat. In 1973, they released their self-titled album, The Spinners. The World Stopped. I'll Be Around became an anthem. Bobby Smith's smooth tone carried the melody, but when Felipe's voice slipped in on harmony, it was lightning wrapped in velvet. Then came Could It Be I'm Falling in Love. That song didn't just play on the radio, it lived in people's living rooms. Couples slow danced to it. Soldiers wrote home to it. Every note Felipe sang sounded like both a promise and a prayer. By 1974, they released Mighty Love, and the title said it all. With each record, Felipe's falsetto grew sharper, more intimate, as if he wasn't singing to the audience, but for them. His live performances were electric. He didn't just sing, he preached. He dropped to his knees mid-song, sweat glistening under the lights, shouting, "Can you feel it?" And the crowd always could. When the Spinners performed Sadie in 1974, something shifted. That song, a son's tribute to his mother, became personal for Felipe. He'd lost his own mother to distance, not death, but the ache was the same. When he sang, "Sadie, don't you know we love you?" the band swore they saw tears behind his glasses. Audiences didn't just hear that song, they felt it in their bones. By 1975, they were unstoppable. Games People Play, One of a Kind Love Affair, and The Rubber Band Man. Each song another chapter in the book of American soul. They were men from Detroit who'd turned pain into platinum. And Felipe was their engine, the mix of gospel, fire, and street rhythm no producer could ever design. He was flamboyant, eccentric, sometimes reckless. But on stage, he was divine. Fans called him Soul Win, because that's what he gave every time he opened his mouth. Soul that won you over. Soul that stayed after the lights went out. By the mid-70 seconds, the Spinners weren't just a group. They were a movement, the sound of romance before disco, the last breath of true love songs. And at the center of it stood Felipe Wynne, a man who had turned survival into song and heartbreak into harmony. For a while, it seemed he had finally outrun his pain. But in the music industry, applause can be the loudest kind of loneliness. And soon, that silence would find him again. By 1977, Felipe Wynne had the world gold records. Fame, women screaming his name. But sometimes, success whispers, lies louder than failure. People around him started saying the same thing. You don't need the Spinners. You are the Spinners. It was the same poison that had broken so many soul groups before: ego, money, the myth of me. Felipe began to believe it. He wanted his name in lights. He wanted the group renamed Felipe Wynne and the Spinners. But the others, Billy Henderson, Henry Fambro, Purvis Jackson, they said no. They'd build that legacy together, and they weren't about to let it become one man's crown. The tension grew. Rehearsals turned cold. And one night after a show, Felipe simply said, "If my name ain't on it, I'm gone." And he was. He hired actor Alan Thicke as his manager. Yes, the same Alan Thicke who'd go on to play the father in Growing Pains. Alan believed Felipe could cross over from soul clubs to TV stages, from Detroit rhythm to Hollywood polish. They signed with Cotillion Records, a branch of Atlantic, and in 1977, Felipe released his first solo album, Starting All Over. But the irony was cruel, because he wasn't starting over. He was starting alone. The album flopped. No radio play, no tours, no chart. The same voice that once carried stadiums now struggled to fill small clubs. And Felipe, proud, stubborn, and restless, turned back to the only thing that ever made him feel alive: performing. He joined Bootsy Collins and George Clinton's Parliament Funkadelic crew, lending his voice to Not Just, Knee Deep, a funk masterpiece that would later be sampled by De La Soul in Me, Myself, and I. For a moment, it looked like redemption. But funk wasn't home. It was chaos, dressed as freedom. Felipe bounced between record labels, Uncle Jam Records, Sugar Hill, chasing one more hit, one more taste of that high. In 1983, he released his final solo album, simply titled Felipe Win. And like so many greats before him, it disappeared into silence. Then came the road, endless nights, cheap motels, small-town bars. He played wherever someone remembered. The Spinners. No entourage, no big lights. Just Felipe and a microphone. On Friday, the 13th of July, 1984, he was performing at a small club called Ivy's in Oakland, California. About 200 people in the crowd. He gave everything that night: sweat, laughter, soul. The crowd begged for encores. He kept coming back, singing as if he could outrun time itself. And then it happened. During the song Love Don't Love Nobody, the song that made him immortal, he dropped the mic. And then he fell, right there in the audience, surrounded by fans who thought he was still performing. He was 43 years old. A nurse and 2 police officers tried to revive him, but it was too late. His heart, the same heart that carried 1,000 songs, simply stopped. At his funeral, only 8 people came. 8. For a man whose voice had once filled arenas. Maybe that's the cruel truth of fame. It amplifies your voice, but not your life. And Felipe Win, the man who once made the world dance, died in the quiet, his music still echoing somewhere between heaven and heartbreak. When news broke that Felipe Win had collapsed and died on stage, the music world didn't quite know how to react. There was no breaking headline, no midnight tribute special. Just a quiet rumor traveling through radio stations and record stores. The voice from the Spinners is gone. For those who knew, it felt like losing a piece of soul itself. Because Felipe wasn't just another singer, he was a feeling. He sang pain the way poets wrote it, with elegance and fire. Every riff, every falsetto, every trembling note was proof that emotion could have sound. But the industry moved fast, too fast. By the mid-80 seconds, R&B was chasing new sounds. Digital beats, drum machines, MTV glitz. And there was no room for the man who sang about love that didn't love back. Still, among musicians, his legend only grew. George Clinton once said, Felipe was the only cat who could sing like an angel and curse like a sinner in the same breath. And Bootsy Collins, remembering their nights on the road, said, he wasn't chasing hits, he was chasing a feeling. That's why you believed him. Inside Detroit, the city that raised him and broke him, radio DJs began quietly spinning Sadie again. Not as nostalgia, but as respect. Because that voice, that trembling, gospel-born, heartbroken voice, had defined a generation's idea of love. Meanwhile, the Spinners kept performing. Decades rolled on. New members came and went. But they never forgot the man who gave their harmonies a soul. In interviews, they spoke his name softly like a prayer. Henry Fambro, the last surviving original member, once said, when we sing Love Don't Love Nobody, I still hear him in my head. It's like he never left the stage. And maybe he didn't. Because Felipe Win's story, a child of pain, a man of melody, a soul that burned too bright, became a mirror for what American soul really is. Beauty born from struggle. Today, younger singers from Maxwell to Anderson, Pac cite him as an invisible influence. That raspy tenderness, that fearless vulnerability, it all traces back to him, to the man who turned loneliness into harmony. Detroit eventually honored the Spinners with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame and a place in the Vocal Group Hall of Fame. But for many fans, the real tribute to Felipe Wynne happens every time. Could it be I'm Falling in Love comes on late at night? Because his voice still does what it always did. Make you stop, close your eyes, and feel something too deep to explain. Felipe Wynne never chased immortality. He sang it into existence. They say some voices fade when the lights go out. Felipe Wynne's never did. Even now, decades later, you can still hear him somewhere between a whisper and a wail, telling the truth about love, loss, and loneliness. He didn't just sing soul music. He was soul music. Every time a record needle touches Sadie, every time someone hums, "Could it be I'm falling in love?" that voice returns smooth, trembling, holy. A reminder that some emotions can't die because they were never born from this world to begin with. Felipe Wynne lived the kind of life the industry doesn't talk about, the kind that doesn't end in mansions or awards, but in motel rooms, empty dressing rooms, and the echo of applause that fades too fast. But maybe that's what made him pure. He didn't chase charts. He chased connection. And in doing so, he gave a generation of dreamers, black, poor, hopeful, a reason to believe that beauty could come from broken places. For Detroit, Felipe's story is gospel. For the Spinners, it's legacy. And for anyone who's ever sung alone in the dark, it's a promise that your pain can still sound beautiful if you let it out. When he died on stage that July night, microphone slipping from his hand, some said it was tragic. But those who knew him best said it was poetic. He left this world the way he lived, mid-song, mid-breath, mid-heartbeat, giving everything he had to the music, until there was nothing left to give. His son Emmanuel Wynne, who died years later trying to save another man from drowning, was cut from the same cloth, compassion born from courage. Even in death, the Wynne name carried the same spirit. Love that gives, even when it costs everything. And so, Felipe's legacy isn't just the records or the tours. It's the echo. It's the way his falsetto still finds you when you least expect it. In a diner, jukebox, a wedding, slow dance, a rainy drive home. It's the way he reminds you that every note matters, every hurt can heal, every soul can sing. In 1999, the Spinners were inducted into the Vocal Group Hall of Fame, and though Felipe wasn't there, his shadow was. Every member who stepped up to that stage carried him in their hearts, because for them, he wasn't just a bandmate, he was the pulse. When asked once what soul music meant to him, Felipe smiled and said, "It's when the pain sounds good," and maybe that's the only way to describe him. A man who made pain sound good enough to dance to. He was the voice that bled, the heart that refused to harden, and the man who sang until silence answered back. So tonight, somewhere out there, if you hear "Love Don't Love Nobody," don't just listen. Close your eyes. Feel it. Because that's not just a song. That's Felipe. Still singing. Still saving souls. One note at a time. She stood on that stage, trembling under the weight of gold and memory. Jennifer Hudson had just won an Oscar for Dreamgirls, and as the applause roared like thunder, she lifted her eyes and said softly, "This award is for Florence Ballard. You will never be forgotten." But many in that glittering room didn't know the name. They clapped because the music swelled, not because they understood the ghost behind the song. Florence Ballard, the woman who built the Supremes before the world called them Diana Ross, and the Supremes was no longer alive to hear her name spoken again. Back in the 1960 seconds, when America was split by color lines and courage, three young black women from Detroit became the sound of a new dream. Their music crossed racial boundaries, echoing from factory radios to ivory towers. But behind the polished smiles and perfect harmonies was a story Motown didn't want you to know. A story of a voice too soulful to be controlled. A woman too proud to be reshaped. A talent too real for the image Berry Gordy wanted to sell. This is not just about fame or failure. It's about what happens when the spotlight blinds the people who lit it. How does a woman who helped define an era die forgotten, alone, at 32? And why does her name still whisper through every song about survival? 2-3, 1943. The factories never slept. Engines roared through the night as men in grease-stained shirts built the cars that carried America forward. Inside a small apartment in the Brewster Projects, a baby girl cried, her voice already sharp, strong, defiant. Her name was Florence Ballard. She was the 9th of 15 children. Her father worked for General Motors. Her mother kept the house together with hymns and hope. Money was short, but music was free, and Florence had plenty of that. By the time she was 5, neighbors called her the little girl with a grown woman's voice. They would open their windows just to hear her sing. They nicknamed her Flo, and sometimes Blondie, for her light complexion and auburn hair. But it wasn't her skin people remembered. It was that voice thick with gospel, soaked in soul. When she sang, even the air seemed to hush. Growing up in Detroit's East Side wasn't easy. The family moved often, chasing cheaper rent, safer streets. But in the Brewster Projects, Florence found what would shape her life: a friend named Mary Wilson. Mary admired Flo's voice from the first moment she heard it echo through the hallway of their school. Together, they began entering talent shows, harmonizing in bathrooms and stairwells, pretending they were already stars. They made a promise to each other, a promise born out of teenage faith and hunger. If either of us ever gets a chance to sing for real, we bring the other along. That promise would define everything that came next. In those same neighborhoods lived another girl with a dream, Diana Ross. She was ambitious, polished, and sharp in a way that caught people's eyes. When a local manager named Milton Jenkins began looking for a girl group to mirror his male act, the Primes, Florence, Mary, and a friend named Betty McGlown stepped up. They became the Primettes, 3 girls, 1 borrowed microphone, and a dream louder than their city. Flo's deep, church-born tone anchored their harmonies. Even as teenagers, they rehearsed every afternoon after school, performing at cabarets, community centers, anywhere someone would listen. They didn't have money for fancy dresses, so they made their own. They didn't have cars, so they walked through snow to every gig. But when Flo opened her mouth to sing, people stopped talking. Men took off their hats. Women smiled. Children swayed. Detroit in those days was exploding with music. Berry Gordy had just launched Motown Records, turning an old house on West Grand Boulevard into what would become Hitsville, USA. Smokey Robinson, Marvin Gaye, Mary Wells, they were all finding their sound. And Florence wanted in. It was Diana Ross, who lived near Smokey, that convinced him to arrange an audition for the Primettes. They sang their hearts out for Berry Gordy, 3 trembling girls facing the man who was reshaping black music. He liked them, but he said, "You're too young. Finish school first." It was a polite rejection, but Flo took it hard. She'd spent her whole life waiting to be heard. Now she had to wait again. But another man in the room that day, producer Richard Morris, saw what Gordy didn't. He told them he'd help polish their sound, get them real gigs. Under his wing, they sang backup for Wilson Pickett and other Detroit acts. Finally, they recorded their first single, Tears of Sorrow. And it didn't chart, but it was the first time Florence's name sat on a record sleeve. Just as things began to move, tragedy struck. One night, after a local dance, Florence was attacked and raped by a neighborhood athlete she thought she could trust. It broke something inside her that music couldn't fix. She withdrew from school, stopped singing, stopped laughing. Months passed before Mary and Diana convinced her to come back. When she finally did, her voice had changed. It was heavier now, burdened but powerful, carrying pain that could not be taught. By then, Motown was growing fast, and the girls spent every spare hour hanging around the studio, hoping to be noticed again. Florence babysat for money. Mary worked at a record shop, and Diana took a job as Berry Gordy's secretary. Every small connection mattered. Every handshake was a chance. When Gordy finally gave them studio time, they recorded Buttered Popcorn, with Flo on lead. The record didn't hit, but the power in her voice was undeniable. It was the kind of voice that didn't just sing, it testified. The road to stardom was still far away, but for Florence Ballard, the girl from Brewster Projects, the door to Motown had cracked open, and she was ready to sing her way through it. By 1963, Motown Records had become the heartbeat of Black America. Every hallway inside that modest Detroit house throbbed with sound, the steady stomp of the Funk Brothers, the laughter of young artists chasing fame, the hum of a new kind of freedom. For three girls who had once sung in stairwells, it felt like destiny had finally opened its door. They were no longer the Primettes. Florence had come up with a new name, the Supremes. Berry Gordy loved it. Diana didn't. But Gordy's word was law. At first, success came slow. Their early singles sank without a ripple. Around Hitsville, people joked and called them the no-hit Supremes. But Florence didn't lose faith. She believed that if the world could just hear them live, everything would change. Her voice wasn't made for background vocals. It was thunder disguised as silk. That thunder finally broke through in 1964. The song was Where Did Our Love Go? It wasn't written for them. The Marvelettes had turned it down. Even Diana hated it. But Motown's rules were simple. Do what Berry Gordy said. So, they recorded it. 3 takes later, the sound that would change American pop history was born. When the record hit radio, it spread like wildfire. Black stations played it first, then white ones followed. Suddenly, those 3 girls from Detroit were on every jukebox from Harlem to Hollywood. They went from singing for nickels to headlining national tours, from the Chitlin Circuit to the Ed Sullivan Show. By the end of the year, Where Did Our Love Go hit #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. And the Supremes were no longer just a girl group. They were a movement. Florence glowed under the spotlight, but inside, something was shifting. Berry Gordy's eyes were no longer on the group, they were on Diana. He believed Diana's lighter tone could cross over, reach wide audiences, soften the edges of soul. To him, Florence's deep gospel tone was too raw, too black. But it was precisely that authenticity that had made the Supremes different. To silence it was to bleach the soul out of Motown. Still, the hits kept coming. Baby Love, Come See About Me, Stop, In the Name of Love. Each one topped the charts, turning the Supremes into America's most successful female act. They became the first black girl group to perform at New York's Copacabana, a stage once close to anyone who looked like them. Their gowns sparkled, their smiles flawless. They were elegance and excellence rolled into one. Yet the price of perfection was high. Florence saw her solos disappear. Her name faded from headlines. She watched as Berry Gordy renamed them Diana Ross and the Supremes. It was more than branding, it was erasure. Every time the announcer said, Diana Ross, Flo felt her history being rewritten. On stage, she still delivered, but off stage, she was breaking. Tour buses, rehearsals, interviews, 300 days a year. Always moving, never resting. Diana had Berry. Mary kept quiet. Flo drowned her pain in silence and gin. She knew what the fans didn't. That Motown owned their lives, every song, every cent, every smile. When they sold 1 million records, the girls barely saw $5,000 each. The dream they built was gilded, but it wasn't theirs. By 1966, the Supremes were international icons. They stood shoulder to shoulder with the Beatles on the charts. They sang in London, Paris, Tokyo. Black women from Detroit. Now, symbols of American sophistication. But beneath the sequins, Florence felt invisible. Her voice, once the anchor, had been turned into background noise. She would stand backstage and listen as Diana sang leads meant for her. Sometimes she'd hum along quietly, her eyes wet, the words swallowed before they left her mouth. The Supremes were everywhere, but Florence Ballard, the woman who named them, was already starting to disappear. Fame can be a slow kind of betrayal. It hugs you first, then it strangles. By 1967, Florence Ballard was exhausted. The Supremes had become global icons, but Flo's name was fading like an old photograph. Each time she looked at a new poster or headline, she saw it, Diana Ross and the Supremes. It wasn't just a title, it was a message. She was no longer the heart of the dream she started. Berry Gordy and Diana Ross were now inseparable, musically and personally. Their closeness meant decisions were made behind closed doors, and Florence was left outside. She wasn't invited to meetings. Her solos were reassigned. Even her favorite performance piece, People, a song she once sang from the core of her being, was quietly given to Diana to sing every night. It was humiliation dressed as business. The pressure broke something inside her. She began showing up late, sometimes drunk. Her laughter too loud, her eyes too tired. Reporters whispered. Motown tightened the leash. Behind the glamour, Florence Ballard was slipping into the kind of darkness that no stage light could touch. The cracks became impossible to hide. During one performance, Berry Gordy criticized her weight before the show. On stage, Flo walked to the microphone, smirked, and deliberately pushed her stomach out in defiance. The audience laughed. Barry didn't. By morning, her time with the Supremes was over. Motown called it a temporary leave for exhaustion. But everyone inside Hitsville knew Florence Ballard had been erased. Her replacement was already chosen. Cindy Birdsong from Patti LaBelle and the Bluebells. Patti was furious. She wouldn't speak to Diana Ross for almost 40 years. But Barry got what he wanted, a quieter, more controllable Supremes. For Florence, the fall was brutal. One week she was singing on The Ed Sullivan Show. The next, she was back home in Detroit with nothing but memories and unpaid royalties. She married Thomas Chapman, Berry Gordy's former chauffeur, a good man at first, then not so good. He became her manager, but success never came back. She sued Motown for $8.7 million in unpaid royalties and damages, but the case collapsed. Her lawyer embezzled what little she won, just $160,000 in back royalties. As part of the settlement, she was forbidden from using the name Former Supreme. Even her own legacy was off limits. Flo signed with ABC Records, recorded 2 singles, It Doesn't Matter How I Say It and Love Ain't Love. They vanished without airplay. Her album was shelved. The industry that once called her a star now treated her like an inconvenience. Without shows, without income, she sold her house, moved in with her sister, and went on welfare. There were nights when she didn't eat so her 3 daughters could. The loneliness grew heavier. There were rumors of abuse at home. She began drinking again, not for joy, but to forget. And Detroit, the city that had once echoed her voice, now barely remembered her name. In interviews from that time, Florence still smiled. She said she forgave Diana. She said she believed she'd sing again. But her eyes told the truth, the kind of tired that sleep can't cure. Every dream she'd built had been stolen, reshaped, or sold under someone else's name. She wasn't angry anymore, just hollow. By 1975, there were glimmers of hope, a small settlement check, a modest new house. She began attending church again, reading her Bible, talking about writing a book. She even reconnected with Diana Ross. For the first time in years, she seemed ready to start over. But fate, or something darker, had other plans. Because within a year, Florence Ballard, the woman who once sang to heal the world, would be gone. And her death would raise more questions than answers. When Florence Ballard died in February 1976, the world barely noticed. There were no front-page headlines, no tributes on national television. The newspapers that once printed her photo beside the Beatles now gave her 2 paragraphs and a photo cropped in half. In an America obsessed with fame, there was little room for remembering the woman who'd lost hers. But to understand Florence's story, you have to understand the time she lived in. The 1,960 seconds were a revolution. Civil rights, women's rights, black pride rising from centuries of silence. Motown had been more than a record label. It was a weapon of soft power, reshaping how America heard and saw black people. For the first time, black voices filled white living rooms. Elegant, refined, unstoppable. And the Supremes stood at the center of it all, polished, smiling, harmonizing perfection. Yet within that perfection lived a contradiction. To cross over, Motown had to smooth the edges of blackness, lighten the sound, tame the soul, soften the anger. Florence Ballard was everything the system feared. Too emotional, too real, too unapologetically black. Her voice carried the weight of gospel and the grief of Detroit streets. Berry Gordy couldn't market that to white America. So the industry turned down her volume until she vanished. In the years after her death, America continued to celebrate Diana Ross, the star, the icon, the crossover dream. But beneath that shining success, many saw a deeper truth. Florence's story was not an accident. It was a pattern, the erasure of the raw, authentic black woman in favor of a version that fit the market. The music industry had always done this, from Billie Holiday to Etta James, from Sister Rosetta Tharpe to Florence Ballard. Their brilliance built the foundation, but others reaped the credit. Still, time has a way of restoring voices that were silenced. In the decades that followed, historians, journalists, and artists began to revisit her legacy. Jennifer Hudson's dedication at the Oscars wasn't just a gesture, it was a correction. It was a statement that the dream of Motown had been written in Florence's blood, too. Across the Atlantic, British journalists and soul collectors unearthed her early recordings. In Europe, black music enthusiasts began to treat her like a lost saint of Motown. Books like The Lost Supreme and Dreamgirl, My Life as a Supreme, retold her story from the inside, peeling back decades of silence. Documentaries reintroduced her as more than a tragedy, as a woman who dared to exist in full color, even when the world wanted grayscale. In America, her story resonated with a new generation of black women artists, women like Beyoncé, Jill Scott, Jennifer Hudson, and Andra Day, who saw in her a warning and an inheritance. Florence had lived through every contradiction they were still fighting. Visibility without power, recognition without respect, talent without ownership. Her life became a mirror for the conversation about representation, exploitation, and survival in black entertainment. Even today, when people speak of Motown, her name floats just beneath the surface. Not forgotten, just waiting for the truth to rise again. Because Florence Ballard's story isn't only about what was lost. It's about what America refused to face. That behind every polished pop dream, there was a woman like her, powerful, proud, and punished for being both. If you listen closely, you can still hear her in every soulful run, in every broken note that carries too much pain to be pretty. That's the sound of the real Supremes, not the ones dressed in matching gowns, but the ones who carried gospel in their bones. Florence Ballard was more than a singer. She was a revelation, and America wasn't ready for her truth. The winter of 1976 was bitter in Detroit. Snow covered the empty streets where once music spilled out of open doors. Inside a modest home on Buena Vista Street, Florence Ballard, the voice that once moved millions, sat quietly with her 3 daughters, planning her return. She was writing a book. She was praying more. She had started to believe, once again, that God hadn't forgotten her. Then, one night, her heart simply stopped. 32 years old, gone before the world could make things right. At her funeral, the church overflowed. Aretha Franklin's father delivered the sermon. Stevie Wonder, the Four Tops, and hundreds of fans came to say goodbye. Diana Ross appeared late. The crowd booed. Berry Gordy didn't come. He sent flowers with 2 words. Goodbye, Flo. Outside, as the casket was lifted into the hearse, fans climbed onto the car, reaching for her flowers, desperate to take home a piece of her story. Because even in death, Florence Ballard still belonged to the people. Her sister later said Florence had been afraid that she knew too much, that she'd said too much. Rumors circled for decades about what really happened. But maybe the truth is simpler, sadder. She died of heartbreak long before her heart gave out. In the years that followed, the silence around her name began to crack. Writers, filmmakers, and musicians pieced her back into history. Jennifer Hudson's words, "You will never be forgotten," became a promise America finally kept. Today, Florence Ballard stands not just as a cautionary tale, but as a cornerstone of Motown's soul. Her voice, buried beneath decades of polish, still echoes in the music of every black woman who dares to sing without apology. Because what Florence gave the world was more than songs. She gave it courage, the courage to exist loudly, even when the world wants your silence. She showed us that talent without protection can become tragedy, but truth, even whispered, can outlive the ones who try to erase it. Some stories end without closure, but dignity doesn't need applause. To the women who built dreams they were never allowed to keep, this story is for you. To the ones whose names were erased so others could shine, we see you. And to Florence Ballard, the lost supreme, may your voice keep rising, forever, through every note that still dares to be free. He was called many things: the poet, the preacher, the lost soul man. But for years people whispered something else. He's the guy who slept with Sam Cooke's wife. It's strange how history remembers us, not for the light we bring, but for the shadow that follows. Before the scandals, before the fame, Bobby Womack was just a boy in Cleveland, Ohio, playing a broken guitar upside down because his family couldn't afford another one. He grew up poor, too poor to eat some nights, his father calling it fasting for Jesus, while his mother told her sons they'd have to sing their way out of the ghetto. That voice, that hunger, would carry him from church pews to the biggest stages in America. He would share microphones with Sam Cooke, trade riffs with James Brown, and learn that music could lift a man higher than God or drop him lower than sin. His life would become the story of soul itself. The glory, the pain, the fall, and the redemption. So who was Bobby Womack really? A sinner who loved too hard? A genius who broke too soon? Or a man who spent his whole life trying to sing his way back to grace? Cleveland, Ohio, 1944. A small one-room shack on the poor side of town where winter wind slipped through cracked windows and hunger was a nightly guest. Inside that house lived the Womack family, 5 boys, 2 exhausted parents, and one unshakable dream. Their father, Friendly Womack, was a steel worker by day and a gospel singer by faith. Their mother, Naomi, kept food on the table when there was none to give. When their stomachs ached from emptiness, she told them, "Sing, boys. Sing your way out of this place." Bobby, the third son, was his father's favorite, bold, fearless, defiant. When he broke a string on his father's guitar, his father threatened to whip him unless he could play it upside down, left-handed. Bobby strummed, awkward at first, then found the rhythm so raw, so honest, it brought tears to his father's eyes. That was the night the Womack brothers were born. They sang in churches, traveling through small towns across Ohio, sharing stages with gospel greats like the 5 Blind Boys and the Soul Stirrers, a group led by a young magnetic singer named Sam Cooke. Sam was the gospel world's shining star, handsome, smooth, the kind of voice that could make sinners believe again. When the Womack brothers met him, he saw something familiar in Bobby, that same fire, that same hunger. He told them, "Keep singing. Don't ever stop. I'll help you when the time comes." Back home, Bobby's father kept them strict. No secular music, no devil songs. But the world outside was changing. The lines between church and rhythm were starting to blur. By the mid-1950s, gospel and blues were colliding into something new, something they called soul. When Sam Cooke crossed over to secular music, he started SAR Records, Sam and Alexander Records. And he remembered those 5 kids from Cleveland. He called them up and said, "Come to LA. I've got a deal for you." Their father resisted. "That's devil music," he said. But $300 and the promise changed his mind. He packed his sons on a bus and sent them west. Under Sam's guidance, the Womack brothers became the Valentinos. He gave them suits, a sound, and a chance. Their first single, "Looking for a Love," hit no, 8 on the R&B charts, and suddenly, the boys who once sang for coins in church were on tour with James Brown. James Brown was discipline in motion. He demanded perfection every step, every note, every beat. Once, when Bobby looked away during rehearsal, James cracked him on the head with a drumstick and said, "You better listen." It was harsh, but Bobby understood. Excellence had a price. Through Sam, Bobby met everyone: Ray Charles, Solomon Burke, even a young Jimi Hendrix, who auditioned for Sam Cooke before finding his own fire with Little Richard and the Isley Brothers. The world was small, electric, and dangerous. In 1964, Bobby wrote, "It's All Over Now." The song did modestly well in America until a British band called the Rolling Stones heard it. They re-recorded it, and it shot straight to number 1 inch, the UK. Bobby was furious until Sam explained the publishing rights. A month later, Bobby received a $30,000 royalty check. That's when he learned what every black artist of his time had to learn. Talent feeds your soul, but ownership feeds your family. Bobby's bond with Sam Cooke grew stronger. They weren't just friends. They were brothers in rhythm and rebellion. Sam was teaching Bobby how to become a man in a world that didn't want one, how to survive in an industry built to break you. Bobby didn't know it yet, but everything Sam taught him about music, loyalty, and betrayal would soon be tested in the most painful way imaginable. By the early 1960 seconds, Bobby Womack's life was changing faster than he could understand it. The church boy from Cleveland was now living in Los Angeles, rubbing shoulders with the biggest names in black music. His mentor, Sam Cooke, had turned him from a gospel kid into a rising soul artist, a student in a new kind of classroom where the lessons were pain, rhythm, and ambition. Under Sam's label, SAR Records, Bobby learned everything: how to write, how to produce, how to survive in the studio and on the road. He wasn't just another background player. Sam saw something different in him, that rawness, that honesty that couldn't be faked. But even success comes with shadows. As Bobby's fame grew, tension built with his brothers in the Valentinos. He was working more with Sam than with them. And Sam, who was like a big brother, a father, and a prophet, all at once, was starting to change too. After President Kennedy's assassination, Sam began to write differently. He was reading more Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, James Baldwin. He stopped straightening his hair, started talking about justice and power. The song he wrote then, "A Change Is Gonna Come," wasn't just a song, it was prophecy. When Sam played it for Bobby, he asked what he thought. Bobby said, "Man, that song sounds like death." Sam looked down, quiet, almost distant. He told Bobby he felt the song had come through him, not from him, like it was a warning. Then, a week after letting Bobby go from SAR to cut costs, the warning came true. Sam Cooke, the man who had given Bobby everything, was shot dead in a Los Angeles motel. The news hit Bobby like a thunderclap. He couldn't believe it. Rumors swirled a prostitute, a setup, the mafia, the record business. Everyone had a story. Nobody had the truth. All Bobby knew was that his mentor, his friend, was gone. The funeral was chaos. Fans screamed. Women fainted. Sam's widow, Barbara Cooke, stood beside the casket, broken and beautiful. And somewhere inside Bobby, something cracked. He wanted to protect her, protect what was left of Sam. When men started showing up at Barbara's house, looking for money or comfort, Bobby chased them away. He said it was loyalty. Others called it obsession. And when Barbara told him, "You keep running my boyfriends off, I guess you'll have to be my man," he didn't resist. They married just months after Sam's death. And with that, Bobby Womack went from being Sam Cooke's protege to being the man who married his mentor's wife. The backlash was brutal. Radio stations banned his songs. Fans booed him off stage. Sam's family disowned him. And Sam's brother, Charlie Cooke, swore to kill him. Bobby tried to move forward writing, performing, convincing himself that love could heal guilt. But the streets had their own justice. When Charlie found him in Chicago, he beat Bobby so badly his jaw split. His teeth pushed through his lip. Blood everywhere, and Barbara, furious that Bobby had taken the bullets out of her gun, stood there screaming she would have shot him dead. It was a scandal that buried Bobby's career. The boy who once shared stages with Sam Cooke and James Brown was now a pariah, unwanted, untouchable, unforgiven. But pain has a strange way of feeding music, and Bobby Womack, the exile, would soon turn his pain into songs that would outlive his shame. Scandal burns fast, but shame lasts longer. After marrying Barbara Cooke, Bobby Womack became a ghost in his own industry. Every door that had opened for him slammed shut. Radio stations refused to play his songs. Promoters canceled shows. Fans spit his name like a curse. The man who slept with Sam Cooke's wife. He was 21 years old and already living inside a story that would follow him for life. Out of money and desperate for work, Bobby turned to the one thing that never betrayed him: his guitar. He played for Ray Charles, working as a session musician. But even there, chaos followed. Ray was brilliant but reckless, driving cars blind, firing guns, trying to fly planes high on dope. Bobby said working for Ray was like living in a hurricane with a backbeat. From Ray's tour bus, Bobby jumped to another this time, with Wilson Pickett. They clicked immediately. Two wild souls with too much talent and not enough peace. Bobby wrote, "I'm a Midnight Mover," and "I'm in Love" for Wilson. Songs that turned pain into power, songs that helped define the sound of late 60-second soul. But behind the music, both men were drowning in cocaine, each snort a promise to forget what couldn't be forgiven. Bobby said later, "I was trying to get high enough to escape myself, but I kept running into the same man every time I came down. The hits kept him alive, but tragedy kept finding him." His marriage to Barbara fell apart after she caught him in bed with her teenage daughter, Linda Cooke. Sam Cooke's daughter. Barbara shot at him. The bullet missed, but his career didn't recover. Linda would later marry Bobby's brother, Cecil Womack, and together they'd write "Love TKO" for Teddy Pendergrass, a haunting reminder of how tangled love and pain could become in that family. Through the 1,970 seconds, Bobby's life played out like a blues record on repeat. Success, loss, regret, repeat. He recorded "Fly Me to the Moon" and "California Dreamin'," found brief glory, then lost it to addiction again. He worked with Janis Joplin, writing songs in a haze of drugs and late-night confessions. Hours after one of their sessions, she overdosed. Her death shook him. Another friend gone, another warning ignored. But Bobby kept moving. That's what soul men did. They moved. In 1972, he wrote the soundtrack for the film Across 110th Street, a song about survival in a world that doesn't forgive. It became one of his greatest triumphs, used decades later in Quentin Tarantino's Jackie Brown. But even as the world danced to his music, Bobby was fighting demons backstage. He lost his brother Harry, stabbed to death by a jealous lover. He lost his infant son Truth, who suffocated after rolling off the bed, while Bobby, numb from cocaine, sat in another room, too high to check on him. He lost his oldest son Vincent, who took his own life at 21. Egg loss cut deeper, each tragedy another brick on the wall between him and redemption. By the late 70 seconds, Bobby was a legend without a home. Too raw for pop, too wild for gospel, too broken for peace. His music was still electric, but his body was fading under the weight of every bad decision he'd ever made. He once said, "I tried to write songs about love, but all I really knew was loss." And still, somewhere deep inside that chaos, the last spark of soul was waiting. And when it finally burned again, Bobby Womack would remind the world why they called him the Last Soul Man. In America, talent is worshipped, but only until it starts to make people uncomfortable. For Bobby Womack, that truth was both his curse and his crown. He lived through every era of modern black music. From the church choirs of the 1,950 seconds to the civil rights marches of the 1,960 seconds, from the funk-soaked clubs of the 70 seconds to the smooth grooves of the 80 seconds. He was always there, guitar in hand, voice full of grit and glory. But while others rose clean, Bobby carried his scars in public. And America didn't always want to look at them. The same country that cheered for his songs had once condemned him for loving the wrong woman. The same record labels that profited from his pain would later call him too old, too dark, too real. He was both celebrated and censored, a man who belonged everywhere and nowhere at once. In the 1,970 seconds, as the civil rights movement turned into the struggle for black identity, Bobby's music became a mirror. Songs like Across 110th Street weren't just hits, they were headlines. They told a story of a divided America, of hustlers and survivors, of ghetto dreamers and forgotten saints. It was a song about Harlem, but it could have been about the whole world. A cry from the streets that said, "We're still here." Critics called him the poet of pain. Fans called him the truth. Even white rock artists, from the Rolling Stones to Eric Clapton, borrowed his sound, his phrasing, his emotion. They love his soul, but not always his struggle. Across the Atlantic, though, things were different. In Europe, Bobby Womack was a legend. The British soul scene adored him. His records played in London's underground clubs, in Paris cafes, in German radio stations. To them, he wasn't a scandal, he was authentic. He embodied what white America tried to polish away: the pain, the imperfection, the humanity of soul. In interviews during that period, Bobby spoke softly about race and fame. He said, "They love you when you make them dance, but they don't want to see where the song came from." He knew what it meant to be a black man who told too much truth. He'd watched Sam Cooke for it. He'd seen Marvin Gaye shot down in his father's house. He'd buried friends who were too good for the world they lived in. Yet somehow, Bobby survived. He was never polished enough for Motown, never smooth enough for pop, but he was the pulse that kept black music alive. When disco faded and hip-hop was born, young producers sampled his riffs and borrowed his lines. Across 110th Street became a bridge between generations, a street where Curtis Mayfield met Tupac, where Marvin Gaye's dreams shook hands with Kendrick Lamar's reality. By the 2000s, a new generation rediscovered him. Filmmakers like Quentin Tarantino used his music to tell stories of redemption and revenge. Artists from Gorillaz to The Roots called him the godfather of truth. And when he was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2009, it wasn't just for the hits, it was for the honesty. In a world obsessed with perfection, Bobby Womack remained gloriously flawed. He sang about love, addiction, betrayal, and grace, the way only someone who had lived through all of them could. His voice was gravel and gold, his life a sermon written in blood and blues. To America, he was a complicated man. To the world, he was proof that soul isn't a genre, it's a testimony. By the time Bobby Womack reached his final years, his body was tired. A map of scars, both seen and unseen. Diabetes, Alzheimer's, colon cancer. The battles were relentless, but none of them broke him like the battles inside his own mind. He used to say, "The devil don't come with horns. He comes with a hit record and a bad contract." And Bobby knew both too well. Still, in his 70s, when most men were resting, he was still performing, still testifying. When asked why he kept singing, he smiled and said, "Because I still got a story to tell." That story, his story, was America's story. The rise, the fall, the survival. He had seen every side of the dream. The spotlight that blinds, the applause that disappears, the silence that follows after fame walks away. In 2009, when he walked onto the stage at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony, the crowd rose to its feet. For the first time in decades, Bobby wasn't a scandal or a survivor. He was a legend. He stood there in a black suit, smiling through the years, and said, "I thank God for letting me outlive my mistakes." That one line said everything. It wasn't about perfection. It was about endurance. His music kept finding new life long after he was gone. When Across 110th Street played in Quentin Tarantino's Jackie Brown, It introduced him to a generation that never knew the church boy from Cleveland. When If You Think You're Lonely Now hit the air again in the 90 seconds, his pain became timeless. Even rappers and R&B singers began sampling his voice, that rough, righteous sound that refused to die. He called himself the last soul man. Not because there were no others left, but because few could still sing truth without fear. In a world of autotune and image, Bobby sang life unfiltered, unpolished, unforgettable. On the 27th of June 2014, Bobby Womack passed away in his sleep. He was 70 years old. No drama, no scandal, just silence. The same kind of silence that comes after a long prayer. When the news broke, tributes poured in from Patti LaBelle, the Rolling Stones, Damon Albarn, and countless others. They didn't talk about his mistakes. They talked about his courage, about the way his music felt like confession, about how he turned survival into song. Today, when you hear his voice, that raspy cry somewhere between pain and praise, you're not just hearing a man. You're hearing a lifetime that began in hunger and ended in harmony. Because Bobby Womack wasn't just a singer, he was a witness to the cost of fame, the price of love, and the power of redemption. And maybe that's what makes him eternal. He didn't hide his scars. He sang them. Some stories don't need a happy ending. They just need to be told by someone who lived every word. And somewhere, in the echo of a church on Cleveland's east side, you can still hear that little boy with the upside-down guitar, singing his way out of the ghetto and straight into history. Rest in power, Bobby Womack, the last soul man.
Every generation has its fire. In the 1,960 seconds, it was Aretha demanding respect. In the 70 seconds, Donna Summer turning pain into disco. And in the 90 seconds, that fire was Lisa Left Eye Lopes. When TLC hit the airwaves, it wasn't just music, it was rebellion with rhythm. 3 black girls from Atlanta wearing condoms on their clothes, rapping about safe sex, money, and self-respect in a decade that still wanted women to stay quiet and smile. They called themselves T-Boz, Left Eye, and Chili, but together they were a force. Too hip for R&B, too soulful for hip-hop, and too real for the world to handle. Their songs weren't love letters, they were manifestos. No scrubs, creep, waterfalls. Every lyric was a mirror for young black women who were done being silenced. But at the center of that storm, behind the platinum records, magazine covers, and global fame, was a woman who carried her own kind of chaos. Lisa Lopes wasn't just the voice of rebellion, she was rebellion. A girl from Philadelphia with a fractured home, a soldier's daughter with bruises you couldn't always see. She grew up learning that music was the only place where pain could sound beautiful. Her friends called her Left Eye because that eye had a sparkle. Différent, dangereuse, divine. But maybe it wasn't just her eye that was different. Maybe it was the way she saw the world. To the world, she was wild, unpredictable, magnetic, brilliant, broken. To herself, she was just trying to survive the noise. And that's where her story begins. Not in the fame, but in the fire. Because every legend starts as a flame, and some flames burn too bright to last. Before the lights, before the platinum records, there was a little girl sitting at an old piano in North Philly, teaching herself melodies no one else could hear. Her name was Lisa Nicole Lopes, born the 27th of May, 1971, the oldest of 3 children. Her father, Ronald Lopes, was a U.S. Army staff sergeant, strict, proud, and broken inside. Her mother, Wanda, was the soft voice that tried to hold the storm together. Their home was filled with 2 things, music and fear. Ronald played in the Army band, but when the uniform came off, the man who came home was a different kind of drummer. He ruled the house with fists, not rhythm. He'd line the kids up for inspection, demand they play their instruments perfectly, and when they missed a note, they'd pay for it. Lisa loved him and feared him in equal measure. He was the first man who ever made her feel small, and the first man who taught her that music could save her life. At 5 years old, she could play piano by ear. At 6, she wrote her first song. At 7, she could drink beer, because that's what her father gave her. Tiny sips of poison disguised as bonding. When the fighting between her parents got worse, Lisa would take her younger brother and sister and hide in a closet, humming lullabies to drown out the yelling. Music was her armor. It was the only thing she could control. By 13, she had run away from home more than once. Each time she left, she'd end up back in her grandmother's house. Quiet, safe, full of gospel records and love. There, she found the kind of peace her parents never could. But the dreams were bigger than Philly. Lisa wanted more than safety. She wanted to be seen. At 17, she packed a small suitcase, kissed her grandmother goodbye, and left Philadelphia for good. Her boyfriend had told her about Atlanta, a city rising with sound, where hip-hop and R&B were melting together, where producers were searching for the next big voice. She didn't have money. She didn't have a plan. But she had that spark, that unstoppable, dangerous spark. When she arrived in Atlanta, she met a man who would change everything. Rico Wade, one of the founding producers of Organized Noise, the same crew that would later create the sound of Outkast and Goody Mob. He introduced her to a young manager, Ian Burr, who was putting together a female trio, a mix of R&B and hip-hop, a new kind of girl group that could dance, rap, and sing. They already had one member, Tion Watkins, a girl with a raspy voice from Des Moines, and another, named Crystal Jones. They needed a rapper, someone wild, sharp, and unpredictable. Lisa walked in wearing a dress, not the baggy tomboy look they wanted. But when she started to rap, the room stopped breathing. Every word hit like a heartbeat. Every rhyme sounded like rebellion. She didn't look the part. She was the part. That night, she became the third piece of the puzzle, the spark that turned a demo group into a movement. They didn't know it yet, but TLC was about to be born. And the girl from North Philly, who once hid in closets to escape her father's rage, was about to set the whole world on fire. Atlanta, in the early 90 seconds, was electric. It was a new sound, a new culture. The South was rising, and three girls were about to change what the world thought women in hip-hop could be. They called themselves TLC. Tionne T-Boz Watkins, Lisa, Left Eye Lopes, and a new recruit, Rosanda Chili Thomas, handpicked to replace the group's original third member. Under the watch of R&B star Pebbles and her husband, producer L.A. Reid, TLC signed to LaFace Records, a label that would define the next decade of R&B. When they walked into the studio, they didn't act like rookies. They acted like revolutionaries. Bag jeans, backward caps, condoms sewn onto their clothes, a bold statement in an era when HIV was still whispered about in fear. They rapped, they sang, they danced, and they made it look effortless. Their debut album, Ooh Ooh, on the TLC tip, dropped in 1992 like a bomb. Songs like Ain't Dva Proud Dva Beck, Baby Baby Baby, and What About Your Friends were raw, fun, unapologetic. TLC wasn't trying to be sexy, they were trying to be real. And in doing so, they became sexier than anyone else on TV. Left Eye was the spark, the wild one with a condom over her left eye, a mix of danger and genius that no PR team could manufacture. She was the voice that told young women, you don't have to act cute to have power. But behind the camera, cracks were already forming. Pebbles controlled every dollar, every move, and soon the girls realized they were broke. Multi-platinum broke. Lisa didn't take betrayal lightly. She fought back, asked questions, and when Pebbles refused to renegotiate, TLC fired her only to find out that Pebbles owned the rights to their name. $3 million, $1 million per letter. That's what it cost them to stay TLC. Still, the music never stopped. They went on tour with MC Hammer and Mary J. Blige, and Left Eye, always fiery, got into fights backstage, once even threatening to shoot a dancer who hit her. But chaos didn't scare her, it inspired her. In 1994, while working on their next project, Lisa started seeing NFL star Andre Rison. It was passion mixed with gasoline, intense, toxic, unstoppable. Their love was headlines waiting to happen. Arguments, breakups, makeups, and one night, the fight that burned it all down. In June 1994, after discovering Andre had been unfaithful, Lisa set fire to his sneakers in a bathtub. The flames spread through the mansion, engulfing the home and her sanity. The next morning, she turned herself in, charged with felony arson, sentenced to probation and therapy. While she served her time, TLC was recording what would become their masterpiece, the album Crazy Sexy Cool. Lisa's contribution was limited, but her spirit haunted every song. It was her vision that inspired Waterfalls, a song about choices, consequences, and courage, one that would define not just TLC, but a generation. When the album dropped, it exploded. 12x Platinum, the first girl group to ever go diamond. Hits like Creep, Red Light Special, and Waterfalls owned the charts, and TLC became the voice of every woman who'd ever been hurt and still dared to love. Lisa had helped build an empire, but inside, she was still the girl from Philly, trying to keep her own fire from burning her alive. By the mid-1990 seconds, TLC had become untouchable. They weren't just the biggest girl group in America. They were America. Every radio, every club, every teenage bedroom pulsed with their sound. They had gone from singing about love to defining what power looked like for women in R&B. But success, especially for black women, always came with a bill. And when the bill arrived, it was devastating. Lisa once said, "Everyone thinks because you're famous, you're rich. But fame is an illusion, and illusions don't pay rent." It was true. They'd sold more than 10 million albums, but after the managers, lawyers, producers, and the label took their share, each girl was left with barely $50,000. Lisa broke it down publicly, holding up her contract for the world to see. It was brave. It was raw, and it made powerful people very uncomfortable. Behind closed doors, she confronted L.A. Reid and Clive Davis, demanding answers. They told her the money was tied up in recoupment costs, industry language for theft wrapped in fine print. When she walked out of that meeting, she wasn't just angry, she was awake. The press called TLC's bankruptcy shocking, but to Lisa, it was liberation, a chance to burn the system that had been burning her all along. Inside the group, cracks became canyons. T-Boz battled sickle cell anemia. Chili wrestled with motherhood and heartbreak. And Lisa? She was shifting, turning from artist to philosopher, from performer to prophet. In her journals, she wrote, "I'm not crazy. I just hear the truth louder than most." She founded Left Eye Productions. Signing young black girls, she called her Little Sisters. She taught them about publishing rights, about how to own their voice in a world that feeds on silence. She even bought her friends' website domains, years before anyone cared about the internet, because she understood ownership wasn't just money, it was power. But that same brilliance made her an outsider. She spoke about energy, spirit, and rebirth, while the rest of the industry spoke about hits and fame. Her ideas were too wild, her words too sharp. In interviews, she stopped speaking like a pop star and started sounding like someone standing between worlds. "I've outgrown this version of TLC," she said in one interview. "I can't stand behind something that doesn't represent who I've become." Her words shook fans and terrified her label. To them, she was unpredictable. To herself, she was finally honest. She challenged T-Boz and Chili to a creative duel. 3 solo albums, one from each member, produced by Dallas Austin, with the best-selling project crowned the winner. It wasn't ego, it was evolution. But it was the beginning of the end. Rumors swirled that Suge Knight had become her new mentor, and maybe more. He called her a queen of fire, and promised to give her creative control under Death Row Records. There, Lisa planned her rebirth under a new name, Nina. New identity not applicable. She wanted to start again. No labels, no limits, no lies. But inside, she was tired. Tired of being misunderstood. Tired of being strong. Tired of fighting an industry that didn't want her truth, just her image. She started talking about energy and vibrations, about healing the body through herbs and fasting. Friends said she was changing. But maybe she wasn't changing. Maybe she was finally coming home to herself. Lisa had burned through fame, money, and love. What was left wasn't destruction. It was awakening. And that's when she began to search for something deeper. Not a new hit, not a new name, but a new soul. By the early 2000s, Lisa Left Eye Lopes was no longer chasing fame. She was chasing truth. The cameras, the interviews, the flashing lights, they no longer meant anything. She had built an empire from ashes, and now, she wanted to understand the fire itself. Something inside her had shifted. She started fasting, reading spiritual texts, and speaking of energy, vibration, and ancestral healing. Her friends called it a phase. But for Lisa, it was rebirth. The world saw her as the wild one, the troublemaker. But inside, she was a woman trying to heal the child who'd been hurt by fame, by love, by her own demons. She began studying the work of Dr. Sebi, the herbalist from Honduras, who claimed to cure disease through nature. To Lisa, he wasn't a doctor. He was a messenger. She believed his teachings could cleanse her body and her soul. And so, she packed her bags, left Los Angeles behind, and flew to the mountains of Honduras to a small village called Usha, a healing compound hidden in the jungle. There, surrounded by waterfalls and silence, Lisa fasted on herbs, fruit, and water. She meditated in the sun for hours. She said she could feel her spirit returning. But something else followed her there, a presence she couldn't explain. In her diary, she wrote that she felt a spirit shadowing her, something dark and familiar. One night, while driving, a child suddenly ran into the road, a young boy named Lopez. He was struck and later died. Lisa paid for his funeral, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the spirit meant for her, not him. To her, it was a sign, a warning that death was near, but she wasn't afraid. In her mind, death wasn't an ending, it was transformation, and she was ready for it. While in Honduras, she filmed everything, a documentary she called The I Legacy, meant to capture her final evolution. The camera followed her through healing sessions, meditations, even moments of laughter with her group Egypt, young artists she was mentoring under her production label. Her words during those final days were haunting. She spoke about letting go, about leaving the world behind, about making peace with the fire. It was as if she already knew the script was ending. Then came April 25th, 2002. The sun blazed over the Honduran sky. Lisa was in a van with her sister, friends, and cameraman, the camera rolling, as always. On a narrow dirt road, she tried to avoid an oncoming truck. The van swerved, flipped, and collided with two trees. The tape kept rolling. In those final frames, you can hear chaos, screaming, and then silence. When the dust cleared, everyone in the van survived, except Lisa. Thrown from the driver's seat, she died instantly from a massive head injury. She was 30 years old. The world stood still. T-Boz cried for her sister. Chili said she lost her mirror. And fans everywhere felt like they'd lost a piece of themselves. But Lisa had already made peace. Before she died, she told her mother, "If anything happens to me, don't cry. I'll finally be free." Her documentary, recovered from the wreckage, would later reveal her final words. "I feel the presence of something bigger than me. I'm not afraid of it anymore. They say the fire that burns brightest dies the fastest, but some flames never go out." Lisa, left eye. Lopes didn't die in Honduras. She simply ascended, and somewhere, in the rhythm of waterfalls, in the echo of her laughter, and in the millions of hearts she touched, her light still flickers, wild and eternal. In the years since that crash on the dusty Honduran road, Lisa, left eye Lopes, has never really left us. Her body may have rested, but her energy, that fierce, chaotic, radiant light, still moves through the veins of music, through every girl who ever dared to speak her mind, every artist who ever refused to be tamed. TLC went on to finish what they started. They carried her photo on tour, left her mic stand glowing in soft blue light, and when Waterfalls played, the crowd would sing her verse, not as a memory, but as a prayer. Even today, you can feel her presence. In every lyric about self-worth, in every beat that blends hip-hop and soul, in every woman who turns pain into art, Lisa didn't just rap. She redefined what it meant to be fearless. She taught a generation of women that power isn't loud, it's honest. That rebellion isn't chaos, it's clarity. That healing doesn't come from fame, it comes from facing yourself. Her unfinished documentary, The Last Days of Left Eye, became a mirror for millions. A glimpse into a soul who refused to die quietly. And maybe that's the point. Lisa wasn't meant to fade away. She was meant to ignite. When fans visit her resting place, they don't whisper. They laugh. They sing. Because Lisa never wanted tears. She wanted energy. Movement. She wanted us to keep burning. And so, we do. We see her in the reflection of stage lights, in the pulse of a drum beat, in the courage it takes to stand alone and still shine. Lisa, left eye Lopes, the girl who played with fire and became it. Energy never dies. It only transforms.
Before there was Motown, before there was Michael, there was Frankie, a brown-skinned boy from Harlem, barely 13, who sang about love before he ever had the chance to feel it. On a cold winter morning in 1956, radios across America played a new song, "Why Do Fools Fall in Love?" And for 3 minutes and 7 seconds, the world forgot about race, about war, about hate, and listened. That voice didn't sound like it belonged to a child. It was too smooth, too knowing, too human. They called him the Golden Throat, the first black teenage superstar. The boy who made grown women cry and white America lean closer to the sound of a Harlem dream. He was joy in motion, a spark in a country still divided by skin. His smile could light up a stage. His laugh could make even the coldest crowd clap along. But fame is a mirror that doesn't forgive. And the brighter the light, the darker the shadow behind it. Frankie Lyman would change the sound of youth forever, inspiring Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, Smokey Robinson, The Temptations, and every kid who ever wanted to sing their way out of the ghetto. But before long, the same world that fell in love with him would watch him fall apart. Because sometimes the saddest songs are sung by those who made the world believe in happiness. Harlem, 1942. A city of jazz and sirens, of neon sins and Sunday prayers. That's where Frankie Lyman came into the world, a tiny cry wrapped in the noise of a neighborhood that never slept. His mother, Jeanette, cleaned floors for white families uptown. His father, Howard, drove a truck during the day and sang gospel at night. Together, they led a little church group called the Harlemaires, where music wasn't just art, it was survival. And somewhere between the choir benches and the kitchen stove, a baby boy learned what salvation sounded like. Frankie was the youngest of four, small but sharp. He had eyes that asked too many questions and a voice that didn't belong to his age. By 7, he could mimic his father's tone perfectly, singing hymns so pure that old women in church would whisper, "That boy's been here before." But the world outside those church walls wasn't holy. By 10, Frankie's parents had split. Rent was overdue, food was thin, and Harlem's streets were hungrier than the people walking them. He started working at the grocery store on the corner, ringing up milk and bread for customers twice his age. He delivered groceries during the day and watched life happen from doorsteps he could never enter. He learned early that childhood was a privilege the poor couldn't afford. While other boys played stickball and marbles, Frankie ran errands for men in suits and women in silk. He smoked his first cigarette at 10, his first joint before 11. And when older men came to Harlem looking for trouble and women to buy it from, Frankie, still a boy, became their go-between. He didn't understand what sin was. He just understood hunger. Still, every night, when the city lights dimmed and Harlem softened, he would sing. Sometimes from his window, sometimes in the hallway, his voice carrying like a prayer through thin apartment walls. And slowly, the block began to notice. Shop owners, cab drivers, even the cops on the corner, they'd say, "That Lyman boy can sing." Around the same time, 4 neighborhood kids, Jimmy Merchant, Sherman Garnes, Joe Negroni, and Herman Santiago, had a little group called the Coupe de Ville. They sang doo-wop under the street lamps, harmonizing to the hum of traffic. Frankie followed them everywhere, begging to join. They told him he was too young, too small, but he never stopped showing up. One night, at a school talent show, he sang alone. No microphone, no music, just that voice. The next morning, they let him in. They changed their name to the Premiers, then the Teenagers, and Harlem had its first taste of what was coming. In the basement of a church, in the hallway of a tenement, a legend was learning his first note. It started the way most miracles do, with noise. A handful of kids, barely old enough to shave, singing doo-wop on Harlem's street corners until the neighbors threw shoes at their windows. Their voices rose above the sound of buses, sirens, and arguments. 5 kids chasing a dream they didn't yet know had a name. Frankie was the youngest, the smallest, the loudest. He sang like he was trying to reach heaven before bedtime. Every night, he'd lead the group through another rehearsal, snapping fingers, clapping hands, reworking harmonies, until even the wind seemed to listen. One evening, their sound drifted through an open window and caught the ear of a man named Richard Barrett, the lead singer of the Valentines. He followed the music downstairs, and there, under the flicker of a street lamp, he found them a Puerto Rican and 4 black boys singing like angels with scuffed shoes. He smiled and said, "You kids got something." Barrett took them to George Goldner, a record executive who ran G Records. At first, Goldner wasn't impressed. Too young, too risky. Too much trouble. But then Barrett pointed at the smallest boy. Let him zing. Frankie stepped forward, 12 years old, brown skin glowing under the fluorescent light, his voice trembling for half a second before finding its wings. When he finished, Goldner didn't say a word. He just stood up and said, "Sign them, but make that boy the lead." They called themselves the Teenagers, and they began recording their first song, a melody born from a neighbor's old love letters titled "Why Do Birds Sing So Gay?" Frankie changed it, rewrote it, gave it rhythm. After 26 takes, the world had a new anthem. Why Do Fools Fall in Love? The 10th of January 1956, the song hit the radio. Number 1 on the R&B chart. Number 6 on Billboard Pop. Number 1 in the United Kingdom. The first American R&B song to ever do so. It was history. People didn't even believe it was sung by black kids. White teenagers heard it on the radio and thought it was a girl group. But when they appeared on TV, 5 boys in matching suits, spinning, smiling, perfect harmony, the world lost its breath. Frankie became the face of something new, the sound of youth itself. Michael Jackson, Smokey Robinson, Diana Ross, and the Jackson 5 would all one day call him their blueprint. He was the boy who made innocence sound like rebellion. Then came the tours, sharing stages with Little Richard, Chuck Berry, and the Platters. Every city screamed his name. Women threw flowers. Kids copied his moves. Even Nat King Cole held his daughter Natalie in his arms and whispered, "That boy's got it." But fame moves fast, and childhood moves faster. Frankie was only 14 when the world started calling him a man. He fell in love with Zola Taylor from the Platters, 19. Glamorous, dangerous. To him, she was proof that he had finally made it. To her, he was still a child, trying to wear a crown too heavy for his head. He wasn't just singing songs. He was singing a generation into existence. Success came fast. Too fast for any of them to understand. One day, they were Harlem kids singing under lamplight. The next, they were on tour buses, staying in motels where the sheets smelled like strangers and the lights never really turned off. The Teenagers were a phenomenon. But the world didn't see a group, it saw a face. Frankie's face. The baby smile, the smooth voice, the way he could walk onto a stage and make the crowd forget their own names. When the record label changed their name to Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, it was meant to sell more records. But it sold something else too, their brotherhood. The others didn't say much, but you could feel it. The long silences on the bus, the way eyes stopped meeting. And Frankie, still barely 15, caught between loyalty and the world's applause, didn't know how to hold both. The money never reached them. Managers told them they'd get it later, that it was being saved in a trust fund until they turned 21. But when 21 came, there was only $1,700. Millions made. Pennies returned. It was the oldest story in black music genius stolen by paperwork. Their label owner, George Goldner, was deep in gambling debt. To pay it off, he sold his artists to Morris Levy, the most feared man in the record business. They called Levy the godfather of the music industry, a man with one hand in the charts and the other in the mob. Frankie didn't stand a chance. He was still a child in a man's game, surrounded by money, women, and people who smiled too easily. He was offered champagne before he learned to drive. He tasted fame before he learned its cost. By 15, he was using heroin. A woman twice his age handed him the needle at a New Year's Eve party, the kind of party where everyone laughed too loud to hear a warning. He said later, "I just wanted to feel like they did free." But freedom, for him, came tied to a spoon and a match. The group broke apart quietly. No farewell concert, no goodbye. Just 5 kids walking in different directions after a year and a half that had already changed the world. Frankie went solo not because he wanted to, but because the men in suits told him that's where the money was. He was making $5,000 a week, yet couldn't afford his own happiness. The more he sang about love, the less he felt it. His voice deepened, his fame faded. By 16, the boy who once danced with white girls on national television was now singing in half-empty clubs. His eyes a little darker each night. He had everything the world promised and yet nothing he could keep. Fame had given him wings, but no one told him how heavy they would be. By the time the spotlight dimmed, Frankie was still only 17. The crowds were gone. The tour buses stopped coming. The same world that once chased his smile now crossed the street to avoid him. He tried to grow into the man everyone already thought he was. He wore tailored suits, carried cigarettes he didn't really like, and learned how to order whiskey just to sound older. But behind the charm, behind the grin that once lit up television screens, there was a boy who still needed a mother, not another deal, not another drink. Heroin became the only thing that didn't leave him. At first, it was a whisper, a way to sleep, a way to quiet the noise. Then it became the noise itself. He pawned clothes, watches, instruments, even his own publishing rights. For $1,500, he sold the songs that made him immortal to Morris Levy, the same man who'd owned his childhood. $1,500. For eternity. By 20, his name had slipped from the radio. The same people who'd once called him the future of music now called him a liability. He performed in nightclubs, sometimes for food, sometimes for a fix. Once, he sang, "Why Do Fools Fall in Love?" in a bar so small you could hear the bartender counting tips. They said his voice cracked on the final line, not from age, but from everything he'd lost. He married 3 times, each one trying to save him from himself. Elizabeth Waters, a woman older than him, gave birth to his only child, a baby girl who died 2 days later. Zola Taylor, the glamorous singer from the Platters, tried to love him, but love can't compete with addiction. Their house went into foreclosure after he stole from her to buy dope. And then there was Amira Eagle, a schoolteacher from Georgia, the one who saw the broken man behind the myth. She believed in redemption. So did he for a little while. In the army, stationed in Georgia, he stayed clean for 2 years. He sang in church again. He wrote letters home about second chances. People said he smiled differently, like a man who finally heard God's voice again. But the industry never forgets its ghosts. When a call came from his old manager, promising him a comeback record, Frankie couldn't resist. He packed his bags, kissed his wife goodbye, and went back to New York, the same city that made him and killed him. The 27th of February, 1968, Frankie was found on the floor of his grandmother's bathroom in Harlem, a syringe beside his arm. He was 25. Some said it was an accident. Some whispered it was murder, that the men who owned his music wanted him silenced before he reclaimed it. Others said it didn't matter, because long before that night, Frankie had already been dying slowly, quietly, one note at a time. He sang about love before he ever knew what it was. And when love finally came for him, it came too late. Death didn't end the story. It only changed the key. When Frankie Lyman's body was laid to rest in the Bronx, there was no grand funeral, no orchestra, no industry crowd, just a few family members, a wooden box, and silence. For years, his grave had no headstone. No one to say, "Here lies the boy who made the world fall in love." But ghosts don't fade that easily. Every time a radio played "Why Do Fools Fall in Love?", his voice floated through living rooms again, sharp, innocent, eternal. To a new generation, he was just a sound. To those who remembered, he was a wound that never healed. The fight over his name began almost as soon as the dirt settled. 3 women, Elizabeth, Zola, and Amira, each claimed to be Mrs. Frankie Lyman. It wasn't just about love. It was about the money he never lived to touch royalties, rights, and recognition. And behind them, in the shadows, still pulling the strings, was Morris Levy, the man who'd once bought Frankie's music like a cheap trinket. In 1981, Diana Ross covered "Why Do Fools Fall in Love?" And suddenly, the world remembered. The song climbed the charts again. 25 years after the boy who wrote it had died. That hit reopened every wound and every lawsuit. Old bandmates came forward. Old contracts resurfaced. But when the court finally ruled, it wasn't the friends who built the dream who got paid. It was Levy and Amira Eagle, Frankie's last wife, who stood as his legal widow. The others, Jimmy Merchant, Herman Santiago, the only surviving teenagers, got nothing. Not even credit for the song that made history. Because in America, especially back then, paper meant more than pain. Still, time has its own kind of justice. Years later, Levy was convicted of extortion, the same greed that had built his empire now dragging it down. And Frankie's music, stripped from him in life, slowly returned in spirit. In 1993, Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Boys too. Men stood on stage to honor them. 4 men bowing to 5 forgotten kids who started it all. In 1998, Hollywood told his story in Why Do Fools Fall in Love, a film about fame, love, and lies. Millions watched, cried, and said his name again. That mattered, because remembering is its own form of resurrection. Decades after his death, a fan named Ronnie Italiano raised money for Frankie's headstone. He said, "Every legend deserves a name in stone." And when the marker was finally placed, Harlem breathed a little easier. Frankie was only 25 when he died, but in truth, he never aged. He still lives in every young black voice, brave enough to sing its heart out, no matter who's listening. He was the first to show that our stories, our voices could fill the world. And maybe that's enough, because some stars burn too bright to last, but even when they fall, the sky never forgets where they've been.
It's Friday night. The lights of New York City burn like liquid gold. Somewhere, a record spins. Just got paid. It's Friday night. The bass drops, and the dance floor explodes. In 1988, that voice, smooth, soulful, unstoppable, belonged to Johnny Kemp, the Bahamian kid who turned a weekend anthem into an entire generation's heartbeat. People didn't just hear that song, they lived it. Paychecks cashed, hair done, mirrors fogged with cologne. Johnny's voice was the soundtrack of joy, the rhythm of freedom after 5 long days of struggle. But what the world didn't know is that decades later, that same voice would be found silent, floating face down in the waters of Montego Bay, Jamaica. How does a man who made the world dance die alone, far from home? The night before he was set to perform again, they called it an accident, a fall, a slip on the rocks. But those who knew him say the story never quite added up. Tonight, we return to the beat, the brilliance, and the mystery of the man who gave us the weekend and lost everything before sunrise. This is the story of Johnny Kemp, the man who got paid and paid the ultimate price. Before the bright lights, before the fame, before the song that made the world dance, there was a boy from the islands. Johnny Kemp was born in Nassau, Bahamas, one of 10 children in a small, crowded home where music was the only luxury that didn't cost a thing. His father played the old records Sam Cooke, Otis Redding, Marvin Gaye, and Johnny would hum along, turning pots and pans into drums. By the age of 11, he wasn't just singing, he was performing. The locals called him the boy who sings like a man. Every Sunday, he sang in church, his voice climbing through the rafters like sunlight through stained glass. But during the week, he was fronting a small band with his friends Kinky Fox, playing in smoky bars, barefoot, long before he was old enough to order a drink. Tourists from Miami to Montego Bay would stop, stare, and whisper, "That kid's gonna go far." By the early 82nds, Kinky Fox was one of the most talked-about bands in the Caribbean. 6 nights a week, they filled nightclubs from Nassau to Montreal. Soul music, funk, disco, blending rhythms from the islands with the sound of Black America. Johnny was the spark, charisma, swagger, and a voice that could melt stone. But for him, the Caribbean wasn't enough. He wanted the world. In 1983, clutching a worn-out suitcase and a pocket full of songs, Johnny Kemp boarded a flight to New York City, a place he'd only seen in dreams and on TV. He said goodbye to blue water and palm trees, and hello to concrete and noise. New York was cold, loud, and unkind, but it was alive. Every subway musician, every block party, every voice on every corner reminded him of who he wanted to be. He joined jam sessions in Harlem, sang backup for local artists, slept on couches, and chased every rumor of a record deal. He'd walk through the rain, holding demo tapes in plastic bags, waiting outside record label offices, just hoping someone would listen. And then, finally, someone did. In 1985, Columbia Records signed him part of their brand new urban music division. It was the kind of opportunity he had prayed for since childhood. He released his debut album, Johnny Kemp, produced by the legendary Kashif, who helped shape the sound of Whitney Houston and Evelyn Champagne King. His first single, Just Another Lover, made it onto the Billboard R&B charts, a modest success, but to Johnny, it meant he belonged. Still, something deep inside him was restless. He didn't want to be boxed in as just another R&B singer from the island. He wanted to be what Prince was to Minneapolis, a sound, a movement, a revolution of rhythm. The boy from Nassau had made it to New York, but New York wasn't ready for how big his dream really was. The stage was set, the spotlight warm, and soon, a single song, just one night's inspiration, would turn Johnny Kemp from a name in the credits to the sound of an entire generation getting paid. It was 1988. Wall Street was booming, the hair was high, the sneakers were white, and Friday nights meant something. From Harlem to Houston, from D.C. to Detroit, the air was electric with a brand new sound, New Jack Swing. It was funk, it was R&B, it was hip-hop with a suit and tie. And right at the center of that sound was a voice that made the world move. Johnny Kemp. Just got paid. It's Friday night. Those 8 words hit like a gospel for the working class. It wasn't just a song, it was a celebration. For every black man who punched the clock, for every woman who held it down all week, Johnny's voice said, "You earned this." But the story behind that anthem was almost as wild as the beat itself. The song was originally written for Keith Sweat by a teenage genius named Teddy Riley, the same kid who would later produce for Michael Jackson. But Keith's album had already gone to mastering, so Teddy called his old friend from the neighborhood, the one who'd been grinding for years, chasing one more shot. "Yo, Johnny, you still got that voice?" When Johnny stepped into the studio, something clicked. He sang "Just Got Paid," like a man who had been waiting his entire life for that moment. The phrasing, the attitude, the joy. Teddy said it was like watching a preacher and a party DJ become one. And when it dropped, it was everywhere. Number 1 on the US R&B and dance charts. Top 10 on the Billboard Hot 100. MTV. Soul Train. Bet if you turned on a TV in '88, you heard it. Clubs from New York to Miami went up in smoke. Paychecks hit the pockets. And The Weeknd had an anthem. The single sold over 1 million copies, earning Johnny a Grammy nomination alongside Anita Baker and Luther Vandross. He didn't win, but it didn't matter. For that 1 year, he was the king of Friday night. But behind the lights, Johnny wasn't chasing fame, he was chasing freedom. He wanted to prove that a black artist could cross over without losing his soul, that he wasn't just a R&B act. He wanted pop, rock, funk, everything he wanted range. When Columbia Records tried to brand him strictly for the black radio market, he pushed back. He said, "I'm not just a category, I'm a voice." But the system didn't bend. Even as Just Got Paid topped charts, the label saw him as a moment, not a movement. No glossy marketing campaign, no nationwide tour, just a few interviews, a music video, and the quiet return to small venues. Still, Johnny smiled through it. He performed like the room was Madison Square Garden, even if it was just 50 people at a downtown lounge. He'd crack a joke, tilt his hat, and tell the band, "Let's give him a Friday." Because for him, the music was never about money. It was about motion, about the heartbeat of people who worked, hustled, loved, and hoped. That was Johnny Kemp, the man who sang for joy, even when joy was the only thing he had left. But as the beat faded and the industry began to change, that same joy started slipping away. The fame that once lifted him was slowly turning into the cage that held him. Success came fast, but in the music business, fast money often fades faster. After Just Got Paid turned clubs into churches and Friday nights into holidays, Johnny Kemp should have been unstoppable. But instead of a world tour, he got silence. Instead of creative freedom, he got contracts. Columbia Records, the same label that had promised him the world, now wanted to box him into one sound. R&B only. Black radio. Urban charts. Nothing that might threaten the crossover market. They saw numbers. He saw people. He wanted to make music that connected the islands, the streets, the suburbs, everyone. But the system didn't care about dreams. It cared about demographics. Johnny began to feel the walls closing in. He'd sit in studio sessions staring at lyric sheets, wondering how his own voice had become something to be controlled. He told a friend once, "They don't want me to make music. They want me to repeat a formula. That's when the joy started to fade. He released a few follow-up singles, Birthday Suit, and Dancin' With Myself. They charted modestly, but Columbia barely pushed them. The same industry that once smiled at him on Friday night had turned its back by Monday morning. Still, Johnny refused to be bitter. He tried to pivot to create his own lane. He sang for soundtracks, TV commercials, weddings. He became the guy you call when you want the soul of a professional and the humility of a friend. In one of his journal entries, he wrote, "I've sung for millions. I've sung for 50. But when the mic is on, it's all the same. God gave me this voice, and I'll use it." But deep down, the hurt lingered. He watched as others artists he once mentored got the fame, the promotion, the headlines. He'd smile for them, clap for them. But later, alone, he'd replay old tapes, wondering where he went wrong. He had wanted to follow the path of Prince or Terence Trent D'Arby, artists who broke molds. But the truth was harsh. If you were a black man making joyful music in the late 80s, the industry had already decided your ceiling. Johnny began turning down big offers. He said the business had become too loud, too fake. He poured himself into mentoring young artists, telling them the truth he had to learn the hard way. Keep your publishing. Protect your name. Don't let them own your soul. For years, he lived quietly in New York, performing at private events, keeping his dignity intact. And even though the spotlight had faded, the love never did. Fans would still stop him on the street and hum the words, "Just got paid." He'd grin, tip his hat, and say, "That's me, baby. That's the Friday night anthem." But beneath that grin, there was something else. A tiredness that came from fighting to be seen as more than just a one-hit wonder. He was proud of his success, but haunted by what could have been. By the early 2000s, the music world had changed again. Boy bands, teen pop, digital downloads, and Johnny's sound had become a memory. Even when Unsung remade Just Got Paid in 2000 and sold 10 million copies, Johnny smiled for the cameras. But those close to him said his eyes told a different story. He had given the world a timeless song, but somewhere along the way, the world had taken the song from him. The man who made everyone else feel free was now trapped inside the industry's cage. For years, Johnny Kemp had lived quietly away from the chaos, away from the flashing lights. He was content performing at small shows, weddings, and charity events. The man who once ruled Friday nights was now living like any other working musician, humble, grounded, grateful. But those who knew him said his voice never aged. Even at 55, when he sang Just Got Paid, people still got on their feet. There was magic in that voice, the same joy that once filled dance floors in 1988. Then came the call that would change everything. Teddy Riley, the architect of the new Jack Swing sound, was planning a reunion performance aboard Tom Joyner's Fantastic Voyage cruise, a luxurious floating festival of black excellence. Legends like Earth, Wind and Fire, TLC, Chubb Rock, and R. Kelly were all set to perform. Teddy wanted Johnny to be his surprise guest to sing Just Got Paid one last time for the fans who grew up dancing to it. At first, Johnny hesitated. He told friends he wasn't sure about traveling, that he'd been tired lately. But eventually, he said yes. "All right, man," he texted Teddy. "Let's give them a real Friday night." It was April 2015. Johnny boarded a flight from New York to Montego Bay, Jamaica, smiling, excited, maybe even nostalgic. He checked into his hotel, called home, and texted Teddy again. "See you in a minute, bro. We're gonna have some fun." That was the last message anyone ever received from him. The next morning, the sun rose over the turquoise waters of Montego Bay. Tourists walked the beach, kids played in the sand, and then someone screamed. A man was floating face down in the shallows. When police arrived, they found a fully clothed body and in his pocket, a Bahamian passport that read, Johnny Kemp. He was 55 years old. Word spread quickly. Within hours, fans flooded social media. Rip Johnny Kemp, not the man who sang Friday Night. Even Teddy Riley was in shock. He had expected Johnny to board the cruise that same morning, but the details didn't make sense. According to reports, Johnny had gone to check in for the cruise the day before, but was denied entry. Some said it was a paperwork issue. He didn't have a permanent residence card. Others claimed there was confusion with the cruise manifest. So, he returned to his hotel alone. Later that night, witnesses said they saw him walking along the rocks near the water, quiet, calm. And then, nothing. The next day, His body was found with a head injury. Police ruled it an accident, saying he likely slipped, hit his head, and drowned. They ruled out foul play. But those who loved him weren't convinced. How does a man who swam his whole life fall and drown in shallow water? Why were his belongings, wallet, phone found perfectly dry? Why did the autopsy list natural causes, yet mention trauma to the skull? His wife, Deidre, received the call from the hotel staff. She said she had grown worried Johnny hadn't answered her texts or calls in hours. When she heard the words, "He's gone," the world went silent. At the Fantastic Voyage concert that weekend, Teddy Riley took the stage. The lights dimmed, the crowd roared, and Teddy said, "There was supposed to be another surprise guest tonight. He came all the way to Jamaica to be here. He didn't make it on the ship, but he's with us right now." And then, as the music began, the beat dropped. Just got paid. It's Friday night. Tears filled the room. For a few minutes, it felt like Johnny was there, smiling, dancing, alive again. After his death, the police closed the case quietly. No conspiracy, no investigation, just a tragic accident. But among musicians and fans, the questions never stopped. Some say it was destiny that Johnny gave the world its Friday night and left on one. Others believe there's more to the story, something the ocean still keeps hidden. Either way, when that beat plays and the dance floor lights up, his spirit moves with it. The voice that made the world celebrate was silenced by mystery, but never forgotten. He gave the world a reason to dance. And even in death, Johnny Kemp still gets the world paid. When the beat of "Just Got Paid" drops, something happens. People smile. Heads nod. Shoulders move. Even now, decades later, that rhythm still feels like sunlight breaking through the week's fatigue. Johnny Kemp may have only had one worldwide hit, but he didn't need another. That song wasn't just a record, it was a ritual. It was the sound of release, of joy, of finally exhaling after a long week of struggle. Every generation after him, from New Jack Swing to R&B, from Usher to Bruno Mars, borrows a little of that bounce, that groove, that unapologetic Friday night energy. His voice still echoes through dance floors, through weddings, through backyard barbecues, through any place where people gather to celebrate making it through. He didn't die rich, he didn't die famous, but he died remembered, and that's a kind of wealth that no chart can measure. In his hometown of Nassau, Bahamas, they renamed a street in his honor, Johnny Kemp Street. Children walk past it on their way to school, and maybe one of them will look up one day and ask, "Who was Johnny Kemp?" And someone, maybe a mother, maybe an old DJ, will smile and say, "He's the reason we dance on Fridays." Because that's what legacy truly is. Not the money, not the fame, but the echo that refuses to fade. When the world feels heavy, his song still reminds us that joy is rebellion, that to celebrate, even when life hurts, is a way of surviving. Just got paid. It's Friday night. Maybe, somewhere beyond the noise, Johnny's still singing those words. Hat tilted, smile wide, eyes full of mischief. The club lights flicker. The bass hits. He nods to the crowd and says, "Y'all ready to dance?" Because the truth is, the music never stopped. For Johnny Kemp, Friday never ended.
Close your eyes. Now listen. That sound, that trembling cry wrapped in metal and breath, that's not just a harmonica. That's a man's soul trying to find its way home. His name was Little Walter, and he played like he was running out of time. Before the fame, before the Cadillacs, before the chaos, there was just a boy from Louisiana, born without a birth certificate, born without a chance. He didn't have much, but he had a sound, and that sound could shake a city in his hands. The harmonica stopped being a toy. It became a trumpet, a confession, a prayer that never made it to church. Every note was a bruise turned into beauty. Every breath, a story about the things he couldn't say out loud. When he came to Chicago, the world began to change. He plugged his harmonica into an amplifier and gave the blues electricity, gave it pulse, gave it power. He wasn't just playing music, he was rewriting what black pain could sound like. But the same fire that made him immortal was the one that burned him alive. He was a genius, a rebel, a man too tender for the world that worshipped his toughness. And when his heart finally gave out, at just 37, the world didn't weep loud enough. Because Little Walter didn't just change the blues, he became its heartbeat. And even now, if you listen close enough, You can still hear him breathe. He came into this world without a birth certificate, without a promise, and almost without a name. They called him Marion Walter Jacobs, but long before fame, he was just that boy with a harp, a restless child wandering through Louisiana dirt roads with more music than luck. Born in Marksville, Louisiana, sometime around 1930, little Walter's life began like a verse out of an old blues song. A mother too young, a father too wild, and the world already whispering what he'd never be. His parents split before he could walk. Some said his mother abandoned him. Others said she was forced to, because the shame of bearing a child out of wedlock was heavier than love in those days. Either way, Walter grew up with the ache of absence, the kind of emptiness that turns into music. By the age of 8, he had found something that would fill that silence. A small, cheap harmonica. He'd heard hillbilly songs on the radio, Lonnie Glosson, Sonny Boy Williamson, and decided that if he couldn't afford a saxophone, he'd make this tiny piece of tin sound like one he practiced until his lips bled. He'd break his harmonicas, trying to bend notes they weren't built to reach, then fix them himself, learning breath, rhythm, and repair all at once. That's how he became more than a player. He became a mechanic of sound. A boy engineering his own salvation. His father, half black and half native, played guitar and accordion, and Walter got his fire from him. But fire runs wild in that bloodline. His father went to prison for murder, so did his uncle. By 12, Walter had seen enough violence to know that softness had no place in his world. He left school, left home, left safety-hopping trains north toward Chicago, chasing a city where the blues could make a man rich, or at least make him heard. He played on corners for change, sleeping in alleyways, carrying his harmonica like a weapon and a prayer. In the stations and juke joints along the way, Helena, Arkansas, Memphis, St. Louis, people started to notice him. They called him Little Walter because he was young, but his sound wasn't. He could make that harmonica sound like a trumpet, like a human voice, trying not to cry. When he finally made it to Chicago, in his early teens, he took whatever work he could laundry by day, street corners by night, and in that chaos of smoke and sirens, he found his purpose. Music wasn't a dream anymore. It was survival. It was how he fought back. It was how he prayed. No one could have known that this boy, born nameless in Louisiana, would soon change the sound of American music forever. But that's how legends begin, quietly, in pain, with nothing but breath and faith. By the time little Walter reached Chicago's west side, he wasn't just another kid with a harmonica. He was a storm waiting to break. And when he met Muddy Waters, that storm finally had a stage. Muddy was already a name in the smoky clubs of Maxwell Street, tall, serious, and steady as a preacher. Walter was the opposite, fast, impulsive, burning at both ends. But when they played together, something miraculous happened. The harmonica stopped being a backdrop. It became the heartbeat of the blues. He plugged his small silver harp into an amplifier, something no one had dared to do before. The sound that came out was wild, Rav, and holy, part thunder, part confession. It filled the clubs with electricity, and for the first time, people felt the harmonica, instead of just hearing it. Night after night, they played until the floorboards shook. Walter's breath and Muddy's guitar melted into each other like gospel and sin. They called their group the Headhunters because they'd go to other clubs, outplay the house bands, and take their gigs. Chicago was alive. Then smoke, neon, rhythm, danger. And in the middle of it all stood a 20-year-old with a harmonica and a stare that could cut glass. When Walter recorded his first solo track, Your Cat Will Play producer Leonard Chess hesitated to release it. Who would buy a song with no lyrics? Just a man and his harmonica. But one afternoon, as the studio doors swung open, the music spilled into the street. People started dancing right there on the sidewalk. Women laughed. Children clapped. That was all Leonard needed. He renamed it Juke. Within weeks, Juke was everywhere, blasting from radios, jukeboxes, Car windows, 8 weeks at No. 1 on the R&B charts, 20 weeks on Billboard. No other harmonica song had ever done that before. Duke made Little Walter a legend. Soon came My Babe, You're So Fine. Blues with a Feeling. Every song sounded like Sweat and Salvation. His music built chess records into an empire, and his style inspired future giants, the Rolling Stones, the Beatles, Eric Clapton, Elvis Presley. Everyone borrowed from him, even if they didn't say so. But success never softened him. He was still restless, still carrying that boy from Louisiana inside him, the one who played until his lungs hurt. He wore sharp suits, rode in Cadillacs, drank gin straight from the bottle. Crowds screamed his name. Women fought to get near him. Yet even then, there was sadness behind his grin, the kind that only a man who's outrun too much can wear. In those years, little Walter had everything he thought he wanted: money, fame, music. But somewhere between the applause and the silence after every show, he started to realize the blues had given him the world and was already taking it back. Success came fast, and so did the fall. For little Walter, fame wasn't freedom. It was another kind of cage, one lined with applause and loneliness. He had everything he thought he wanted: money in his pocket, Cadillacs in his driveway, and a crowd waiting for him every night. But the louder the music got, the quieter his life became. The streets that once cheered for him began to turn on him. So did his own demons. Walter was always quick-tempered. He'd grown up fighting, and success never taught him peace. Bar fights, jealous lovers, crooked cops, he met them all with the same rage that made him great on stage. They said he never backed down from anything, but sometimes that's exactly what kills a man. He started drinking heavy gin, rum, moonshine, whatever burned. Then came the heroin. At first, it was to quiet his nerves between shows. Later, it was the only thing that could make the silence bearable. His bandmates left one by one, tired of the chaos, the short tempers, the unpaid nights. He'd replace them, then lose them again. Everyone loved his music. No one could live with a man. His body began to tell the story before he ever spoke of it. The scars on his face from fights, the limp from a bullet in his leg, the deep line above his brow from a wine bottle. A woman threw at him each mark another verse in a song about pain. In photos from those years, he still smiles, but his eyes have gone somewhere else, somewhere far away. By the mid-1960 seconds, the world had changed. Blues was fading from American radio. Rock and roll, built on his sound, had stolen the spotlight. He watched young white bands play his riffs to stadiums while he could barely fill a club. That kind of heartbreak doesn't show up on charts. He went overseas, played with the Rolling Stones, and for a moment, the light flickered again. But his drinking followed him. One night in London, drunk and angry, he tried to stab Rod Stewart with a knife. Even genius has limits. By the time he returned to Chicago, he was a man out of rhythm, lungs damaged, hands shaking, breath short. He was only 37, but he looked twice that, and still, he played. Because the stage was the only place where the world made sense, where pain became rhythm, where he could still pretend he was alive. But even the strongest lungs can't outrun the blues forever. And soon, the breath that once gave him everything would take it all away. When news of little Walter's death reached Chicago in February 1968, it barely made the papers. No headlines, no tributes, just a few lines buried beneath the noise of a nation already drowning in war, riots, and assassinations. Another black man gone. Another genius buried without applause. In America, the blues had already been repackaged, polished, and sold to a different face. White rock bands were playing the same licks Walter had bled for, but now the crowds were larger, the venues cleaner, the stories sanitized. The world still danced to his rhythm. It just didn't know it was his. That was the cruelest truth. The sound he invented, the breath that had built a new language of music, now belonged to someone else. to the Rolling Stones, Eric Clapton, Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, Elvis Presley, all of them influenced, inspired, or outright borrowing from the man the world forgot. Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf still carried the flame, but Walter was the ghost that haunted every note. In interviews years later, John Mayall, Mick Jagger, and Keith Richards all spoke about him like a myth. They called him the father of electric blues, the breath that made Chicago sound alive. But in the country of his birth, Walter's grave lay unmarked for more than 2 decades. No marble, no statue, just grass and silence. That's the story of so many black artists, creators of worlds that never belonged to them. They made the music that shaped America, but America never shaped a place for them. The same industry that made chess records rich barely kept its artists fed. Contracts were signed without lawyers, royalties withheld, dignity traded for studio time. The blues wasn't just a genre, it was an inheritance of struggle, a sound born from the ache of those who built everything and owned nothing. But outside America, it was different. In London, Paris, Berlin, Stockholm, people treated the blues like scripture. European students learned about Little Walter in music conservatories. Collectors hunted down every vinyl pressed with his name. British rock stars traced their roots straight back to him, calling him the man who gave music its breath. Over there, he was a legend. Back home, he was a footnote. It's a strange kind of irony that sometimes a man has to die for his country to hear him. And by the time America remembered Little Walter, it was too late to say thank you. In 1991, loyal fans raised money to finally mark his resting place. 3 decades after his death, they carved his name into stone so the world